Cool. These fucking fruit flies, dude. Where are these little fucking bastards come from? Okay. Hey. Fucking fruit flies, dude. Jeez Louise. Yeah, sort of like slowly but surely growing in population. Of course, with like nothing around for them to get, but they spawn. They just spawn and mysteriously show up out of nowhere. It's so fucking annoying. Little demons, I say. Just a bunch of little blind demons. Little demon nymphs. Fucking damn annoying ass little fucking bugs. Hey. Yeah, let's do this now. Oh. There we go. Oh, fucking, come on, phone. Quit being dumb. Come on. There we go. That's my screen. I want to cooperate here. Really? Ay. What the fuck is going on right now? Is my screen not cooperating? Oh, really? Is that seriously happening right now? It's like now like half work. Okay, fucking Christ. Now what's going on? Oh man, don't tell me it's getting fucked up or something. Here. Fuck. Alright, hold on. Oh, wait, okay. I think, okay. Okay, we're good, never mind. Dude, I actually started to have a little bit of a mild panic attack there for a second. Jesus fucking Christ. I thought my phone decided just like, alright, no, done. It decided to just die or like shit itself there for a second. I was like, oh fuck, dude. Okay, okay, but we're okay. We're Gucci now. But oh my lord, that I will admit, that did kind of make me nervous for a second. Okay. Dr. Bliss's victory in Guatemala. Was there like some elections or something going on? Something happening in the Guatemalas? Here, let me try to see if I can get my split screen going. Well, okay. Well, that's one way to do it. Okay. Alrighty. Aye. Leftist was elected presidente on the anti-corruption campaign. Nice. Let's hope to stay consistent with it. Because that sounds pretty fucking good. Dude, it seems like Latin America is starting to kind of like be the rise of, like some leftism and shit. Like, I mean, I actually kind of mean that a little bit. Like, I mean, because with Brazil, Chile a little bit, and then Guatemala, I mean, Uruguay's been fairly chill for a while. I mean, they've been pretty good. I think even recently Argentina, not too long ago, had a change in their government a little bit. Not as, like, prominent, because it was just, like, typical election cycle, but I'm assuming, like, they just had, obviously, politician that was just better, for the general people. At least from what I understand. I know for sure, at least for, like, Chile and, Brazil and, Guatemala now, for sure. Like, I know for a fact those, definitely. Oh, Bolivia, too. Because Elon Musk actually tried to fucking push that shit, because he had a Christian right-wing fascist freako, and then, what was his name? Bolivar, I think his name was? Something, I forgot what his name was, actually. The indigenous, like, socialist leftist guy from, Bolivia. But I know he was, really chill. Really cool, too. But it seems like, at least South America, it seems like they, kind of know what's up. I mean, considering that, they probably historically understand, the fuckery that they've had to deal with for years on end and for generations and shit. Get this going. There we go. Man, is it doing that again? What the fuck? Okay, what the hell? Yeah, there's something going on with the fucking phone here now. Alright, well, luckily it's a weekend, so I think that just means it's about time to just get this thing turned in for a fucking upgrade now. I mean, it's alright now. Okay, well, that's just gonna be annoying. I'll just at least take advantage of it for right now. Oh, well, that's just great. I've been needing to get a fucking upgrade at this point anyway. It's about fucking time. Gonna get a fancy new phone. Yeah, or something here. I'm at least gonna see if I could try to find something with equivocal memory space at the very least. Get a trade in. Or something. I mean, at the very least, still runs enough to where I could just get all my files and stuff like that, transfer on my laptop, and just, have it emptied out. So then I could just have, like, the basic necessities, switched over and shit. Because, well, fuck, whoops. Because I know sometime, like, I'd say, like, last night, of course, I'd fucking drop it again. And, like, I don't know what it landed on, but it left the tiniest little mark that you would think wouldn't do anything, but now I think at this point it's, like, decided to fuck with, like, the screen to an extent. I mean, now it's fine, but for now. So that's just fucking great, honestly. Though this phone's been beaten up a shitload, and surprisingly honest, I'm honestly surprised it still fucking works right now. Hopefully that, like, weird thing with the screen not, like, doing this thing there for a minute. Hopefully that's not reoccurring. Because that literally just started happening right after I started this, so now I feel like Streamlabs is giving me a curse. Come on, Streamlabs, don't curse me. Well, I guess at this point it'd be my phone now at this rate. It's slowly but surely giving me the fucking curse. Here. What? See if I'm looking ass. and it's an unlocked one. Hey, nice. Oh shit. Well, yeah, it's a little bit on the upper end, but hey, it works. Certainly within my price range. I'll watch that, actually. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, you know what, fuck it. I'll either order that tonight or tomorrow. Just so then it can show up at least on the weekend. I can find it cheaper if you don't care about 5G. I suppose that'd be good. I mean, just on the virtue that, you know, I do these streams and stuff like that. I don't think it'd mean that much of a difference, to be frank, but... I mean, I feel like that probably wouldn't be bad. But either way, not too worried about it. As long as our shizzle's still fine, which it is. I just have my finger consistently on the screen right now, just moving it around, and it's still working, so it's... It just, I guess I had a little bit of a hiccup there for a second, but it seems like it's fine now. As long as it can hold out for the rest of the week. If you want another LG. Well, yeah, LG, honestly, like, in my experience, has been very reliable. I mean, I will admit that. Considering that this phone has been through fucking hell and back. Been dropped at concerts, dropped at, like, hikes, fucking, like... like, this phone has been through some shit, man. So, like, you know, LG phones, I don't know what the fuck they're built out of, but... I mean, you know, they're certainly able to take a beating. I mean, they're not necessarily meant to, but they can at least handle it a little bit. Sweet little boy. Yeah, I kind of see what's going on for a tube meow. It looks like some stuff for today. A lot of stuff from Kyle's show, looks like. Something about Geraldo torching Carlson. Oh, something that is unforgivable. I wonder what that could be. And I think God, proof of Trump's cult. That's another Kyle video. I'm pretty sure that he's reacting to that poll that I even saw the other day. I think we talked about it, actually. Like, because, well, actually, if anything, I'm pretty sure we definitely have, because, like, there was that, like, Christian Ziegler guy, a pastor, a right-wing conservative pastor, who was, like, shocked at the idea that his, like, flock was, like, saying that Jesus was weak and liberal. Like, I mean, and there was actual, like, you know, numbers behind it, where it was, like, I think it was, like, 70 to, like, 71%, something like that, of, like, Republicans specifically would believe Trump, like, over anything else. And then at, like, when it came to, like, friends and family, like, and familiars and shit, that was at, like, I think at, like, 58%, or, like, 60% at, like, maximum. It's just, like, huh? There's, like, a contingency of people that legit would rather, like, look at his ass and believe whatever the fuck he says versus, like, even their own fucking family members. Or, like, you know, even maybe, like, close friends and shit like that. It's just, like, or even, like, religious leaders, too. Like, you know, like, I think when it came to, like, religious, like, leaders slash pastors and shit, like, I think that was at, like, you know, something about, like, 50%, give or take, too. It was just like, what? I mean, I'm not shocked at all, to be frank, but what is kind of shocking is the, like, I guess, just like aggressiveness of it, and the fact that like there essentially is like a religious schism happening, like where now at this point it's like you pretty much have like Orthodox, Catholics, Protestants, and now we're gonna have like Trumpians or whatever the fuck, or Trumpists or some shit. Because that's like literally becoming like a strong contingency of like, like some of these like Christian types, to the point where I'd argue honestly that like they've branched away from Christianity and essentially have like kind of interwoven a lot of the Abrahamic belief system into this like second coming deity like prophet like figurehead that Trump is at this point. Like, so if anything at this rate, I mean, it's more or less just like branched away from Christianity more than anything, but nonetheless it still is a Christian schism, just frankly one to such a degree that I don't even think despite like the long-term violence of something like the schism between Protestants and Catholics in the 30 Years' War, I don't even think it's that drastic. I mean, I don't think it'll lead to a 30 Years' War, obviously, but I mean, because we're nowhere near, an ability for that to be the case anymore. But at least when it comes to like the differences of the schism, it's like tenfold, frankly. Because some of the things about like the schism between Protestants and Catholics at the time were really just like stupid bullshit. But like, outside of like certain things like enlightenment and egalitarianistic views and values, stuff like that, like there was a few things that were legitimate, but I mean, beyond that, it was like, oh, do we like also listen to the Virgin Mary and this and that, blah blah blah, and other random dumb shit like that. So there's all like there's outside of like some of the aesthetics of it all, like like I mean, there really wasn't much of a difference between the two anyway. It was just that one wanted to be more established as like an authoritative rule, and the other one wanted to like break away from that and kind of break down that hierarchical structure and make it kind of more individualized, or at least a lot more collectivized communally. But realistically, it was all just so that the Protestant kings can have their own power and basically not have to listen to the church. I'd be kind of interested to see if, like honestly, if, some of these, like, Trump cult types, actually, still kind of believe in their traditional Abrahamic sense of a god, or if it's, like, kind of been ascended or transcended into something different to them. I think that would kind of, like, answer it in my mind a little bit. Like, because if it's still kind of the same idea, then, or at least like the same idea of God, then it pretty much is like certainly a schism, and basically a lot more of a cultish, aggressive, violent version. But nonetheless, it's what it is. I mean, if anything, like religious schisms always tend to be pretty violent anyway. I mean, honestly, that's just really what like a lot of these Trumpists are. It's in one part, it's like a fascist uprising and a right-wing uprise of like, traditional Christendom and shit. But interwoven into all this is certainly like, a rise and a schism, even to that traditionalism to an extent. At least the more moderate version of that traditionalism, like where, it's like love to sin or hate to sin and just kind of let bygone be bygone type of thing. Where there's at least some level of, like, Jesus' philosophy interwoven into everything. And at this point, like, a lot of, like, this schism is certainly going a lot more Old Testament style with, their philosophy with this. Hence the whole Christian Taliban and shit, right? Basically Christian Wahhabis or Salafists, but instead of Muslims, are Christians. still good. Man, these fucking fruit flies, dude. There's not like a shitload of them, but there's just enough of them to be annoying. Just enough for, you know, like, to drive me just a little frustrated and annoyed. I saw you go in there. It's more expensive than I expected. This one's pretty much a newer version of what you have, no 5G. Oh yeah, this is like straight up like way fucking cheaper. Though it would show up, actually probably even sooner too. Or a local pickup from fucking Las Vegas. Man, you know, like, I don't think you would be able to go to Vegas in October, would you? Because if I could find a way, I really want to go to the DFF meetup that's going on in Vegas in October. But it's such a short notice that's like, fuck. It's like, I mean, because honestly, I already know that, like, their next meetup, if they do another one, is going to be on the East Coast, so it's going to be fucking forever if they do one, you know, anywhere close to up here. And it's like, motherfucker, man. Because, dude, I so badly want to go to a DFF meetup. I won't be able to take off work for it. Well, it's October 6th, so I don't know what day that is. Is that... I also don't like Vegas, so lol. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, from what I understand, like, they're not going to necessarily be on the Strip or anything like that. They have this, they're going to a venue called The Space, that's, like, out off of the Strip, but not, like, on it. So, yeah, I worked 6, yeah, I figured. Man, I know nobody else would want to, like, be down. I obviously figured, you know, you won't be. Like, that's, like, the only one I know who would be down just for the Vegas factor would be Harley, but his leg's fucked up. I mean, he probably would be back in commission by that point, but he needs to, like, refurbish his money, and, I don't think he wants to fly down there, because that would be the only way I'm going down there, and then maybe, like, hoping to figure out a hotel. Just figure that shit out. Sleep out in the streets or some shit for a night or two. I don't fucking know. I mean, if I do it, it would literally be such a spur-of-the-moment, last-second thing. And honestly, like, if I do, I would want to gamble, and I already fucking know that the house always wins, especially in Vegas, and I just know that, like, there ain't no way. Like, that's where, like, the big shots, you know, go, you know what I mean? So it's like, I mean, you know, like, it's like, you know, me, like, little pipsqueak me with, like, $50 or some shit, yeah, that's gonna work really well. Going to, like, the Luxor or some shit, it's like, yeah, that ain't gonna work well. I mean, I'm sure there's, like, tables and stuff, you know, for price like that, but, I mean, like, I'm gonna win really anything out of that. $5Gs or something. Ooh, fast and free shipping, and it's pretty much at kind of like the max of, you know, my price range right now, but yeah, not like Samsungs. I mean, Samsungs aren't terrible. Dude, some fancy camera action. That's like 3 fucking cameras on this bitch. That won't necessarily be too bad, honestly. I'll keep these in mind for sure. I'll decide. I'll probably go for the cheaper option, or at least maybe the first one, but I mean, I might. It's a possibility. Either way, it would definitely be an upgrade. Bai went to Maui today, apparently. Where they made like a little virtue signal appearance. I found cheap pixel. Oh, yeah, it is a little cheaper. It says mostly black. So I wonder what that means. It's mostly black. It has some other color to it, though. Ends up being like black with a little bit of like pink or something. Thanks. So we can check out for the tube. What was that little bruh? What was that little bruh, buddy? Bruh. What was that all about? Little hoe? What? You're giving me a look. What type of look is this? Is it those little beeps? You just cocked your little head at that beep. Is it the beeping? Because I'm pretty sure that's nothing to worry about, dude. Fucking little goof. What a little goofball, dude. What? Oh, I think he found a fly. He's staring off in this. Oh, wait, no. Nope, staring back at me now. Can I help you? Your deep, piercing presence staring into me is something that is very uncomfortable, okay, bro? he's really wanting to go check out what's going on in there and what my dad's doing. I mean, like, seriously, dude, there's nothing in there for you that's worth a shit, okay? Oh my god, what a goofball. What a silly thing. What a silly little thing. Bam. I know I checked out some things on tube from earlier. Here, where were they? Here, oh, I know one of them's just from TikTok. I just pull it. Ah, there it is. Kill. Here. Let's get this checked out. See, oh, YouTube, are you being a bitch on me, YouTube? Oh, it is. Last one. Alright, here, I'll look at this real quick. Give it the last one. Ooh. Ooh, Motorola, huh? It's also kind of in the middle as well. It's 5G and it has the 3 little fancy cameras too. Little fancy. Well, I'll at least, keep an eye out, see which one I'll be interested in. YouTube, fine. Why do you have to be a bitch, YouTube? Look. Man. Now my screen's being a bitch. There we go. Okay, and do that. No, not that. Oh my god, why does that? Why must... Why? Why must you... Damn it. There's like one little... Because of like that little thing I was talking about from earlier, there's literally like the tiniest little bar now that's just inaccessible, and it's just like, seriously? Well, it kind of is, but I have to like, I have to figure it out here. I know there was a trick to it. I don't know how, but there's a fucking way. Come on. Yeah, okay. This is certainly starting to aggravate me. So definitely, at the very least, just because of this, because I can't get the split fucking screen to do its thing. Because it's like conveniently like right where this thing is. So it's like I can't show what I'm talking about either, because obviously it's nothing y'all can fucking see. It's my own damn sufferings. Oh my fucking god. Seriously? Wait. Wait, I'll just do this. We'll just do this real quick. Okay, there we go. And then we can do that. There we go. Okay, you know what? That works. We'll just have to, like, just get really quirky for a little bit. Get all janky and all fucked up. See, like you can't see, but, like, pretty much right here, at least for, like, you know, for the screen down here and stuff, like, or at least how it's presented to me and shit, like, it's right here. Like, where my hand is. That's where the fuck it is. And it's like, really? And, of course, my boy's quiet as hell.
Categorize Geraldo as a leftist, not by any stretch of the imagination. Maybe you could say he's like a moderate liberal or a centrist or whatever. But certainly...
Geraldo? Dude, that guy's a conservative, bro. Okay, Kyle, I know you always are about, like, trying to be nice and, like, you know, try to be fair or, like, you know, whatever, but, dude, he's a conservative. I mean, come on.
Puts him out of step with most of the people over at Fox. And so now he's sort of letting it all hang out in terms of how he feels, not only about Fox News, but also specifically about Tucker Carlson. So this is really interesting, getting the insight of somebody from behind the scenes, and he's got a lot to say about it. Let's listen.
Why do you think he was able to do things like the January 6th coverage, which I
ratings? Right. Yeah, but he was very, very, very powerful, and you can in the discovery in the Dominion lawsuit, you see how arrogant he was, how contemptuous he was of trying to do the right thing and losing the audience, and how naive certain producers or certain reporters were when they complained of his bullshit.
Right.
You know, it was pathetic, really pathetic. He got way too big for his britches. And the worst thing about Tucker,
he got too big for his britches.
The worst thing about what he did was the ruthless pragmaticism that he displayed. I'm going to do this because that's what the audience wants. In other words, it wasn't the malevolent media leading the audience. It was the audience leading the malevolent media. What he did was unforgivable, basically. He made a mockery of the tenets of journalism. Now, all of us have done sensational things from time to time. All people, highly visible people, do things they look back on and they regret, maybe I should have tuned the down or whatever. But he seemed to me to willfully embrace something he did not sincerely believe in, because it resulted in higher ratings. It stopped the hemorrhaging of the ratings from Fox to Newsmax.
Look, man.
I mean, honestly, like, I kind of disagree in the sense that I do think he believes, you know, what he was saying and shit. Like, I think, you know, Tucker is also somebody who drank the Kool-Aid, too. Like, I'm not willing to give him that much of a benefit of the doubt, like, at all, personally. Like, I guarantee you that motherfucker, you know, has some level of belief. I mean, the whole idea of that, like, CPAC thing or whatever the fuck, where Roger Ailes is at or whatever the hell, or, you know, like, where he basically kind of got freaked out at his weird god-bothering popularization, like, cultish, like, speech and shit. Like, he certainly has, like, a gumption of genuine belief into, like, his ideas and stuff. Like, it ain't necessarily just for ratings. I mean, he certainly plays it up for the ratings, I mean, but he definitely has a belief, you know, in some of this shit, for sure.
All that stuff is undeniably true, and it was proven in the Dominion leak. So as a result of the Dominion lawsuit against Fox News, a lot of the internal correspondence of Fox News got leaked to the media. And by the way, the reason Fox News settled that case and paid them out is because they knew that if this went to trial and we had the discovery period, there would be so much over-the-top damning stuff with the internal correspondence and emails and text messages of the various Fox News hosts and producers, etc. What do we learn about Tucker Carlson there? I mean, it really is astonishing, right? Because he's sort of shamelessly continuing to plug along, and he's doing his little Twitter show and whatnot. But in no uncertain terms, it was proven that he's a fraud. Because as he was saying one thing on the air, he was behind the scenes saying the exact opposite. We learned from the internal correspondence that Tucker Carlson despises Donald Trump. He hates him with a burning passion. In fact, he may have used that exact terminology. That I hate this guy with a burning passion, and absolutely nothing positive has come out of the Trump era, and I can't...
I mean, if that's, like, some internal stuff, like, you know, within, like, Fox specifically... is it actual, like, facts or, like, you know, like, via text messages or emails and stuff, or is it just fucking word of mouth? Because, honestly, when it comes to, like, you know, people at Fox, I mean, especially once, you know, someone's, you know, gone, and especially if they're little suspects or a liability, they're gonna fuck at the fame and, you know, and do whatever they can to try to, like, you know, make him not seem as, like, a good of a character than he actually are. I mean, just don't get me wrong, Tucker's still a piece of shit. But, like, I mean, I kind of question that, to be frank. I mean, the dude is, like, a fucking far-right, white supremacist, ethno-nationalistic piece of fascistic shit. And so is Trump. And, you know, like, and so are people like DeSantis and Vivaswamy and all these other motherfuckers. Like, I mean, he has a genuine, you know, baseline respect for these type of people. Like, I mean, I think he's probably I'd assume maybe a little bit more on Ramaswamy or DeSantis, you know, in my opinion. You know, like, I don't necessarily think he's, like, a absolute, you know, fan of Trump. I mean, for sure. But, I mean, he certainly is okay with, you know, a lot of elements about him.
To stop talking about him on a daily basis. I can't wait to get past this guy. Nothing good has come out of this era. I hate it. Internally, he knew... hey man, this rigged election stuff is total nonsense. Then at the same time, he was trying to get some Fox News reporter fired for accurately pointing out that some of the rigged election stuff was total nonsense. This is a total charlatan. And his main concern, and this wasn't...
because if you try to get him fired, it's because that he doesn't want to be called out for being wrong, you know, in his mind. Oh, I'm not wrong. You're the one who's wrong. He actually obviously won that. Which, if, you know, he's going to be so gung-ho about defending that type of shit, then does he really despise him with a burning passion? No, not really. He doesn't.
Internally, it was like, oh my god, we're losing viewers to Newsmax, we're losing viewers to One America News, and why are we losing them to those outlets? Because, you know, we called Arizona when it was very clear Biden won. We actually made the call that Biden won Arizona, and those other outlets were not doing it. And so, what are we doing? Hey, I want to not call Arizona, too. I want to pander to my audience and whatever they want to hear and not tell them the truth in any way, shape, or form, simply to juice my ratings. This is what we got from them. Again, guys, I don't want you to take my word for it. I want you to go read the internal correspondence. I want you to read the Fox News piece from the Dominion trial, and you'll see. None of this is subjective. None of this is opinion. None of this is me putting a spin on it. None of it is me being hyperbolic. All of it...
I mean, it's just like, while it's out there, I mean, it's like, I don't 100% in my opinion think, at least in this case, you know, it is opinionated for me, it's like, I don't know if, like, you know, their word really means much outside of the fact that, you know, they were probably trying to find a scapegoat, considering that Tucker Carlson was the most vocal about these type of things and was the one who kind of kept putting Fox under hot water the most, and thus made him a liability. So they wanted to incriminate him in any way possible to put the broader blame and the broader pressure off of them and onto somebody else, which would be Tucker Carlson. He was the black sheep. Like, I'd argue that he was basically a liability and thus used as a sacrificial lamb more than anything else. Like, I mean, so while maybe there is some merit to a lot of the various different things in there, I don't necessarily think, you know, Tucker's one of these people that just hates him with a burning passion and all this other bullshit just because of, like, of this idea that, like, oh, you know, he only did it just to juice the ratings up. I mean, because that certainly plays a role, but the idea that that was literally the only thing is a little silly in my mind.
And then without skipping a beat, Homie's right out there doing the same damn thing and pretending like, he's a Trump guy and he actually loves his audience and he's a truth teller and he's gonna just spit the facts. And it's like, nothing could be further from the truth. He is absolutely, positively, 100%, without a doubt, audience captured, which is interesting too, because usually that's a problem that's more reserved for alternative media. And he was audience captured when on Fox News. I mean, establishment media has their absolute insane biases, mostly pro-establishment. In the case of Fox News, pro-Republican Party, pro-Trump. In the case of MSNBC, pro-Democratic Party, pro-Biden. They have massive problems. But usually, like, audience capture it's an online thing, and he was already experiencing audience capture when he was on Fox News at 8 o'clock.
Which I think kind of shows that, like, this whole idea of that, you can be kind of swayed by your audience, is something that is even as old as radio, to be frank. I mean, there's, even radio hosts that, because of the ratings, being so good, will kind of play up different little things, especially when it comes to kind of like jock bro, type of like, fraternity radio show type of shit, and stuff like that. Like, I mean, you'll play up these, silly things and little game shows, stuff like that, because it helps boost ratings and shit. I mean, honestly, like, I'm not really surprised, it happened for Tucker, especially for TV and shit, because, I mean, this goes back even for, like I said, even for the radio days.
Level of shamelessness. Even Bill O'Reilly, for all of his colossal flaws, and he was terrible. He was very detrimental to the body politic. But even he every now and then would come out there and buck what his own audience wanted to hear. He went out there and told them, Barack Obama, I'm sorry, he was born in the United States of America. This birther nonsense isn't true. We have the Hawaii newspaper announcement right here of his birth. We went there and checked the archives and the records. It turns out he was born there. Get over it. Get over it. Get over it.
And that, and also, the Republic of Kenya was literally not even a thing yet.
Tucker doesn't have that in him. Not even a little bit. Tucker is a wave rider. Tucker is massively audience captured, and he's a liar. He's telling you one thing publicly, and behind the scenes he thinks the exact opposite. Why would you take
Because he's a right-wing ethno-nationalistic populist. I mean, fundamentally, that's why.
Single word
he's a dude that is, like, populistic in the sense of, like, he'll, do and say whatever the right-wing, far-right, base wants to, and wants to say and wants to hear and shit. I mean, but, like, at the same time, he's certainly, whether because he's complicit, or in some part believes in it, is fundamental voice, for that.
Face value when he's already proved.
Luckily, not so much anymore.
He doesn't believe the same things or say the same things privately as he says publicly. He's doing an act. And by the way, that also came out. Remember, there was a different trial, where that came out in court, where basically their defense was like, nobody should really take what he says seriously. This isn't actually like news. Come on. Okay, but I would like people to learn from that. Don't just take it and say, oh, I still like it. No, learn from that. Learn he's a charlatan and a con man and a fraud, and move on. And Geraldo, for all of his flaws, and he has many, he's accurately pointing all this out. Ruthlessly pragmatic. Made a point of lying on purpose. Saying not what he believed, what he thought the audience wanted to hear. Nobody should take that seriously. All right, y'all, that's the show.
Well, no one should take him seriously in the first place, but I still think that there's a certain level of him that genuinely believes these things. At least to a degree. Because he certainly has said some very far-right, heinous, like, extremist type of shit that, he is also privately, supported and shit, on top of, publicly. So, it kind of leaves me to at least a certain level of doubt, to be frank. At least honestly with that one, just because it's like, the idea that, he's just strictly only doing it for ratings and just like, what they want to hear and stuff like that. It just seems, not like far-fetched, but a little skeptical. It seems like it's, giving too much of a benefit of doubt to him. There's a little spider right here. What you do? Spider tried to climb on my bong and he fell. What are you doing, bro? Spider bro, yeah, go that way instead. Yeah. Bye, spider bro. Just a wild spider bro just showed up and materialized and just decided to hang out for a second. Here, what other little things going on for her too, meow? Lansing, what else be going for the tube? Lansing, oh, what else be going for the tube? Oh, you know what? Actually, I just saw some. Dude, like, there was, like, I don't know if anyone else heard about it, but there's, like, this fucking white nationalist, like, dorkball piece of shit who's a fan of Nick Fuentes who literally, like, decided to challenge this Israeli UFC fighter and got fucked on. And it's like the greatest thing to have ever existed that I just, oh my god, okay, yeah, we got it, okay, hold on. And now that I just reminded myself of it, like, we haven't talked about it at all, or even fucking, like, you know, reacted to it at all, so we're doing that now. Like, I mean, that is just, it's so fucking amazing, dude. You know, here, hold on, let me find it here. First, I'll take a moment, but I shall find it all. Just get this shit out of the way. Oops. Here. Okay, here it is. Yay, found it. Let's get to the juice. Hell yeah, here we go.
Take a look.
He's coming to town. My sparring partner for today. Why were you talking shit about Jews? Listen has to be taught here about trolling. He hasn't.
So is this broccoli-haired fucking ginger bitch is the neo-Nazi. So he's just like, yeah, let me challenge this man in the honor of yeah, I shall be Nick Fuentes' champion.
Film on me. I have striking, I have power, I have the size.
Dude,
Bruh. I have the striking, I have the strikes, I have the power, I have the size. It's just like, dude, fucking overconfidence, and it just like, basically just like, chuddy ass, like fucking like, you know, farmer brain fucking just, you know, mentality, dude.
I have striking, I have power, I have the size.
dude, classic. Love that, dude. Dude. Groypers in the wild, baby. Groypers in the fucking wild. There it is, man. There it is. What the hell is this fucking Amish ass beard, brother? What is happening?
Is it Amish? Oh my god, it is. Dude, dude, are you like some weird Amish kid that decided to leave the Amish or something? Like, oh my god. Whoa. I'm sorry, dude. Oh shit.
Nathan Levy
Jiu-Jitsu.
Nathan Levy Jiu-Jitsu.
Fuck yes. I love it.
A few days ago, some wimp.
Wait, did I just hear the dun dun? Bow down, bow down, bow, bow. Bow down, bow down, bow, bow, down. Dun dun, bow down, bow down, bow. Wow, 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 wow. Dun dun, bow down, bow down. Did I just honestly hold on? Did we? I just heard that, didn't I?
Levy Jiu-Jitsu.
Down, 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 down. Dude, what the fuck? Why did your Sans? They just like took that shit and ripped it, dude. I love it.
Slim tricep said this is what every white nationalist should look like. This is what everybody who follows Nick Fuentes should look like.
He is also a Holocaust denier who advocate race war and, I kid you not, burning women alive in America.
Somebody tag me.
And also, he thinks it is the most gayest thing. Like, one of the most gayest things you could do as a man, I literally shit you not, is to have sex with a woman. Because the idea is that you want to preserve, like, your, like, sperm and your alpha energy or something like that for marriage, you know, so you can't have sex with any women, basically. Like, he is that fucking gay, dude. Like, I mean, I don't give a fuck. I'm willing to call him a gay little twink belly. Like, I mean, honestly, because that's who the fuck he is. Like, I mean, he's the most insecure little twinky little gay fuck I've ever seen in my life. That it's just not even funny. I mean, I just say that with genuine sincerity. I don't even say that with, like, any humor, even though I am kind of giggling a little bit. I mean, because that's just who the fuck he really is. He's an insecure little twinky gay little fuck. I mean, it's like, that's just who he is.
Commented, he built like a chopstick, definitely not a thread. Some guy jumped in the thread named Ben. And he said he's willing to come.
That's so, dude. They're so fucking lame. Okay.
Hold on, I want to see that dude's like.
Commented, he built like a chopstick, definitely not a thread. Some guy jumped in the thread named Ben.
You white boy, what? Oh my god, look at those fucking glasses, dude. That is some nerd fucking shit. UFC enjoyer, heavy metal dude. Oh, no. No, you're one of these fucking nerds. Dude. Oh, he's a writer, too? No. Dude, what metal does he listen to? Because I'd love to meet him in the fucking pit, bro. He's a rare dude I actually would punch in the face in the mosh pit. Mosh etiquette don't apply to him.
And he said he's willing to come meet.
That's so, dude, they're so fucking lame. Okay? They're so incredibly fucking lame. It's crazy.
In the thread named Ben.
Like, look at this shit.
And he said he's willing to come meet me to defend Nick Fuentes' honor and come spar with me. Yeah.
I shall defend my chieftain's honor and be his champion against you vermin warrior. It's just like, what the fuck is this?
Come, no problem. Bring the women from the picture too, and Nicholas Fuentes. We can all meet. I'll Venmo you some cash for the gas. For me, that's another troll talking shit online. To my surprise.
Oh my god, dude, they're fucking rubbing it in with these motherfuckers. I love it.
He's coming to town, and he would love to take me up on the offer. All of a sudden, it wasn't as mean-spirited as it was prior. It's all about respect. Respect, bro.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Even though I secretly wish that you would be burning.
He's my sparring partner for today.
This is also such a perfect switch up because, again, Twitter figures.
You know, like here, okay, you know, honestly, out of all these little internet troll Nazi little fucks, you know, I'll grant this guy Ben one thing. He at least fucking showed up. Like, most of these fucking little pussy ass bitches will never even consider showing up for this shit. You know, and like planning it up and all this stuff, let alone actually showing up and fucking going out with it. You know what I mean? Like, I'll give him that. Like, at least he's out there trying. You know, it's like, all right, you know, fuck it. No one else does, so I'll do it. I mean, it's still a fucking idiot. It's still stupid. I mean, honestly, it would have been better if he just didn't do this, because now he embarrassed himself. Aggressive white man. I'm sure even Vosh might even agree with you on that one. I've heard some of his talks.
Do not translate to operating that way in the fucking real world. One major mistake.
Honestly, you know, like, honestly, I mean, you're not even 100% wrong. There are, like, some segments of, like, you know, some progressive white women that go a little too woke, that they kind of go reactionary and shit, and kind of basically, like, you know, just go the, you know, pretty much go the antithetical to what they're intending to be, you know, in a sense. So they're like, I mean, you know, in a way, honestly, you're not necessarily wrong at all with that one. I mean, it certainly is, you know, they certainly are out there. Luckily, they're mostly kind of confined towards, like, Twitter and stuff like that, you know, because they like, you know, hanging out on Twitter while enjoying, like, a Starbucks espresso or some shit. I don't fucking know. You know, whatever, you know, progressive white women do. But, you know, but, you know, it's like, hey, at least they're confined mostly into, like, you know, Twitter or something, but, you know, you might meet one in a while. Sometimes it happens.
Why in the ever-loving fuck would you associate your real physical presence in the real world with, like, an out-and-about white supremacist guy? You're such a fucking idiot. I mean, how juiced up are you in your tiny little fucking circle online that you thought that this would be a good idea?
Because he thinks the world revolves around him in a way. I mean, maybe not literally. I don't think he's like a total solipsist, but I think he's basically like, so intertwined into his like little echo chamber that he basically thinks that most of the world is like, for the most part, kind of like on his side. You know what I mean? Like, so in a way, I feel like he thinks that he would garner respect, doing this, and I respect the act of him going out there and fucking showing his face and manning up enough to get his ass beat a little bit, but I mean it's like beyond that, it's not like anything for him specifically. It's like I still don't respect him as a person for being a neo-Nazi shit, but I mean nonetheless, like I at least respect the fact that he's willing to at least try to flex a little bit, even though it's pathetic.
I'm telling you, I said this exact same thing when we saw that Nazi photo. Remember, the original one who was like, "This is what every like white supremacist needs to look like," or whatever. The peak physio. I don't even know how to say the word. Physiognomy or whatever the fuck.
Physiognomy or whatever that.
White supremacist or whatever, and it's like no.
Do they have like some weird nude like term for like?
No.
I mean, honestly, these were Goiper, like, especially like the Nick Fuentes, like, Goiper style neo-Nazi types, like this weird subgroup of them. They got like some weird ass. I mean, Goiper, for example, like that's specifically, a term that comes out of Nick Fuentes' little clique. I mean, and it's, specifically basically meant to be kind of like anyone, defined as someone who's like specifically like a fan of him and shit. I mean, they have, like, made their, little public rounds a little bit. In fact, they've actually been banned from CPAC before because they weren't invited and they just, like, barged in anyway, and they literally got banned from it. And then they decided to make their own PAC called AFPAC, or America First PAC, and even a few politicians showed up for that one, including Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she was like, oh, no, it's not a white supremacist thing, even though she was openly caught kowtowing multiple times with a very openly known white supremacist neo-Nazi, Nick Fuentes, who calls himself that too. Like, he proudly will call himself that.
No.
So anyone that happens to be a fan of them, like, I mean, it's like, when I say that little ginger broccoli haircut fuck is a Nazi, like, I'm not kidding. Like, anyone who's a fan of Nick Fuentes, it's just safe to say that they are.
Come on, guys. No.
Goipers. I call them roaches. I mean, realistically, that's what they are. I mean, but hey, at least this roach is brave enough to be in the light. I'll at least grant them that.
Physiognomy. I don't know how to say it. Whatever. So... Physiognomy. Oh, physiognomy. Okay.
I mean, if anything, it kind of shows that for, like, for, like, every, like, 100 little Nazi fuckwits that you might find online, there's only going to be, like, one of them, like this dork, that will, actually show their face and, like, try to walk the walk as much as, trying to talk it. And if anything, that should be a reassuring thing, especially with the results from this. Which, funny enough, like, I've seen this, already at least once, and this dude, this Jewish UFC fighter, he doesn't even go hard on him. He doesn't unleash full force. Like, he says, like, hey, this is my sparring partner, and also, he mentions at some point later in the video that, yeah, I'm not going to go totally hard on him. I'm just going to, just fuck him up a little bit, and just teach him a lesson, that's all. Like, I mean, he was, he intended, the entire time not to, like, full on, like, destroy him. Like, even though, frankly, he would deserve it. Like, he just went in there with the intent to just, teach him a lesson, kind of, rough him up and fuck him up a bit. Which he certainly got, so, which we'll see. I want to build it up, because it's so funny, dude. I fucking love it. Because once he's actually, like, in the moment, like, there's a few times where, like, you can kind of see his face before, like, the action actually starts, and you can kind of tell he's, like, realizing, I fucked up. He, like, you can really tell.
Whatever. I am a low IQ Turk, okay? Obviously. From the steps. So, regardless, you have to be smoking on the most incredible amounts of pure, unadulterated echo chamber copium to think that, like, this is going to go well.
No shit.
Go well for you that you're sparring with, like, an actual dude who trains, okay? Who is a...
And it's one fights who are significantly, you know, like, more professional than, like, whatever this little Torp has to offer. I mean, and obviously, like, far more, you know, combative and far more, you know, aggressive and, you know, brutal in a lot of ways. And this kid really honestly thinks he's gonna try to, like, whoop some ass.
UFC fighter. What do I always...
I mean, I'll grant it, like, you know, he might, you know, think he's got some big balls, and granted, he acts like he kind of does a little bit, but he don't got them balls. Like, he, you know, I will grant it, though, he kind of acts like he does, and, you know, and at least, hey, you know, like, that's the thing, though, I'll at least, you know, always, you know, kind of bring it to that a little bit, you know, off and on with this here, is that I'll grant him that, like, for a Goiper little neo-Nazi fuckwit, right-wing shitbag troll, at least, you know, he's willing to fucking step up to the plate, you know what I mean? When, you know, it's like the song by the Hub City Stompers, Chatterbox. I mean, it's just like, I mean, it's like, I forgot, like, the first little chunk of lyrics, but it's like, because I know it goes like, it's something, you've known me for a time, it's like, you must have, with the way you talk shit on the internet, and it goes, you know more about me than myself. You must have the way you talk shit on the internet. And it's like, but then, like a few verses down, it's like, but hear your silence when I'm here in front of you. And it's like, you know, because it's like the idea is like, hey, you know, if I, you know, here, I can actually, let me try to pull up the lyrics real quick, actually. Because again, it is actually pretty funny. My fists aren't that hard. Well, that's not... Okay, that's not being a coward. I mean, being a coward would be running away from a fight, arguably. Not, you know, standing up for yourself. But here, hold on. Chatterbox. Lyrics. Wait, is it okay? Give me a different band. Hold on. Not Jub. Hub. There we go. Yeah, here we go. Okay, here we go. So, the first time has come to ask you, have we met? We must have with the way you talk shit on the internet. Saying things I never knew about myself. Now I sense of destiny. You're asked in my size 12. I know that you're the guy to spread said lies. I've seen it in Helvetica right before my eyes, and I've heard it from the east, west, north, and south. Let's see how you talk shit with a steel toe in your mouth. Run like a bitch. So fun to play the righteous one right now. You're paying for your sins. Run like a bitch. When I catch up to you, I'm gonna bash your head right in. It's a fun song, honestly. But basically, like, this... I mean, but this whole, like, thing with this UFC fighter, like, it's basically that song in a nutshell, dude. Song sounds familiar. I've played it in the background before. It's by the Hub City Stompers. Here, hold on. I still have it up here. Okay, there's a stupid ad right there. You can go away. But hey, here's the lyrics to it. Here, hold on. We got your play right there. I guess. Oh, fuck you. We already know the song. Here's the other part of it. I know you like to let those loose lips flap. You gossip like a girl, like a little girl who needs a big bitch slap. Saying things whether or not you know them true. You're staying silent when I'm here in front of you. You're dealing with a person, not a screen. I'll double back / your throat and delete your fucking spleen. And your girlfriend better put away that mace before having the skinhead girls do a dance upon her face. And when they refer to skinhead girls, they mean the traditional idea of skinhead, which is a punk term. Like, the traditional idea of skinhead was initially, a skinhead, or not skinhead, but it was initially a punk term given to punks, back in the 70s and the 80s. And then, of course, the neo-Nazis, appropriated it because a lot of them were bald and shaved their heads and shit. So, it also kind of got, appropriated to them as well. So, I mean, that term actually is multi-meaningful, but at least in a lot of punk songs, if it's, in lyrics, it tends to refer to, skin like punks. So, at least for that case, it's talking about punk girls, basically. Fuck your nuggets! You're reaping every stitch the doctor sews. You're earning yourself missing teeth and a badly broken nose. Because you're the type of bitch ass that I loathe. I see you have two faces, so I'm gonna break them both. I hope you hold the lesson that you've got. You better not speak or type about what you know not. And when you wake up with sore in the morning, be sure to remind yourself this was just a warning. Punk girls are scary. Yeah, because your girlfriend better put away that mace, or else they're gonna do a dance upon your face. Run like a bitch. It's a good song, dude. It's a fun one. And, and after the chorus, it goes hard. It's like... It's a really heavy fucking, like... It goes, like, pretty nice and soft and, like, kind of, like, reggae ska-like, for the verses. But then, once the choruses kind of goes up, it kind of builds up to the ska part. And then, kind of a little punky. And then after that, like, it's just, like, all punk status. So it kind of builds up. It's a really good progressive, like... kind of buildy flow song. It's a really good song.
You chat. This is why.
And also, punk girls aren't really that scary, dude. I've been to a lot of punk shows around here. Dude, punk girls are not that scary. I won't say it's bad because of that. Well, I mean, it could be fun. I mean, punk isn't was never really my biggest thing. Honestly, up until more recently. And, I mean, like, because, honestly, like, I'd say I wasn't really into punk up until, like, the last, like, I don't know, 5 to 6-something years. I mean, because I kind of realized it was, like, it's basically kind of like a more simplistic, raw form, but at the same time, can also be very expressive and very, also just, like, very progressive in the sense of, being able to, like, kind of flow, like, Dead Kennedys is very, like, profound with that, too. Like, they were one of the major archetypes, for establishing such, like, various different, like, just heavy, like, like, very heavy, just basic-ass punk shit. But in between that, like, they'll have, like, just some, like, some funky shit going on in between. Stuff that kind of, like, gives it more of a, like, progressive flow. At least, progressive in the term of music. While also being very progressive, lyrically, when it comes to their messaging, too. Like, I mean, so... Rage Against the Machine, stuff like that. Rage Against the Machine isn't punk, though. Like, they're kind of like a mixture of rap metal and, like, alternative metal and stuff like that. Like, they certainly... And also, like, a little mixture of funk metal. Like, I mean... They definitely got some punk elements, but they're more of, like, rap/funk metal, more, with, a lot of alternative, mixtures, more so than anything. I mean, like, I've always heard they were considered punk. Really? Not by anyone I've talked to about them with. There's always, like, a level that, they're considered at least, broadly metal. But at least, got a lot of, like, funk and, like, alternative, like, various different little fusions, going on, with their music. Like, they were kind of like a fusion metal band, basically. With, strongly in the funk element. Green Day. They're definitely, like, pop punk. Like, post-third wave pop punk, basically. Like, there's essentially kind of, like... three different waves. There's like the first initial waves, you know, from like the 60s and the 70s, and then there's like the second wave era from the 80s and 90s, and then there's kind of like the third / like kind of like post third wave era that happened from like the 2000s to now. Which a lot of the post third wave era is like, at least depending on, you know, the underground scene, you know, is in a way kind of like a revival almost, you know, of, you know, some of the more traditional like second wave or first wave even style punk scenes, or at least, you know, style a little bit. And more certainly with the second wave, like, I mean, because there's a lot of bands, like Los Malvados, for example, is a part of this, you know, post-third wave punk scene, and they certainly take a lot of elements from the, like, the second wave ska punk scene, specifically. Green Day existed in the late 80s, but didn't get really big until the 90s, 2000s, yeah. They're traditionally from, like, the second wave punk scene, but I mean, at least a lot of their material now, I would consider, they kind of evolved with the third wave / like kind of like post-third wave scene a little bit. Because, well, not really the post-third wave, mostly just the main third wave, because the third wave is kind of what, like, got more mainstream, at least in the punk scene broadly, but, like, the post-third wave is kind of more of, you know, like the underground scene of all that. You know, with the more contemporary kind of like underground movement of punk, you know, while the third wave's kind of like the more mainstream, you know, surface, you know, level of it all. To an extent. I mean, it's obviously way more vibrant and more expansive than that, but I mean, because, I mean, like, it, you know, despite it being more of a smaller, like, musical culture and shit like that, I mean, you know, broadly, it's one that certainly is got a strong movement, especially in places like in Central and Southern America, places on, like, the West Coast. Like, I mean, like, there's a lot of places where punk, you know, is very fucking strong. And also, like, at least when it comes to punk specifically, ska is huge in places like Central South America. And, oh, man, I would love to go to those fucking shows, dude. I've seen, you know, like, random YouTube videos of some, like, Chilean or El Salvadorian type of, like, you know, live punk shows and stuff like that, you know, from different bands, and, or, like, even Mexican style, you know, concerts. And, dude, that shit goes fucking hard, dude. They look like they go hard. I don't mean in the sense of, like, intense mosh pits, but just, like, a lot of cool fucking, you know, people just slam dancing, stuff like that. I mean, obviously, and, you know, within the crowd, like, you got some people that kind of formed little, like, slam dance mosh pits and stuff like that, but, you know, it's just basically everyone just, like, fucking grooving and dancing and shit. Shit goes hard, dude. The shit bops. I mean, honestly, like, ska, especially as, like, you know, punk genre, is one of my favorites, personally, because, like, those, like, groovy, like, instrumentals that come with it is just, like, it does make me, like, want to dance and shit and stuff. I just fucking love it. Is that doesn't make me as bad, just not my taste. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that you have to love it or something, but, and, you know, like, at least, you know, a lot of reasons why I got so much into it, especially in, like, the last 5 to 6 plus something years, because, like, right after high school, a lot of things that me and my friends did were go to a lot of underground shows. And they weren't just metal shows, a lot of them were punk shows, too. And that kind of helped, you know, broaden my, you know, horizons, especially when it came to things like punk and stuff like that, especially when it came to things like an underground scene. And because of things like that, I kind of was desperate to, like, find something that was, like, akin to that sound. And then I realized, oh, well, there's a lot of influences that helped, you know, start the sound, and it kind of at least gave me a basis, like the Dead Kennedys, the Ramones, you know, MDC, etc. So it's just like, you know, all these different little things, you know, were, you know, just like, you know, what at least helped gave me a foundation, at least, to have my ability to go shows as a teenager. You underestimate how cheap or even free that house shows can be, dude. Like, the last house show that I went to, that was Sassfest, that specifically that was called, it was free. Well, it was technically a $13.12 ticket price, but by the time I showed up, there was nobody, like, you know, taking admissions, so I just walked right in. And I grabbed a beer and started, you know, moshing out, and, you know, found my friend. I was like, "What's up, bro?" You know, and we're, you know, just ran right in. I mean, in a lot of the different shows, at least house shows specifically, they are usually, like, at maximum like $15, and that's usually more or less encouraged, and on average they're more like $5 or $10. And like I said, it's more of a donation just because it, you know, that helps, you know, kind of keep that underground scene alive in that area. You know, because, you know, the people that organize these things need the money and the funds, you know, to make that shit happen. You know what I mean? Like, it's an investment for future house shows to happen, you know? So while cheap, you know, it's something that certainly helps, you know? It's like, and that's why it's there. I mean, if you can't afford it, then that's okay, you know? But like, you know, if you can, then, you know, it's a kind of a pleasant encouragement type of thing. It's never like pressured or forced. Like I said, if you can't afford it, then don't worry about it. But if you got a little something, you know, pitch what you can. And, you know, it's like, that's all, at least around here, that's how it always was. I mean, it's like, it was never a big deal. Like, I mean, it's not like a venue where, oh, you don't got the right price, then too bad. You know, it's like, it was never like that. I mean, if you're going to an official venue, or like, you know, or like a bar that's also like a venue stage type of thing, I mean, yeah, that would be different. But for like a house show type of thing, that's a whole different ballgame right there. And they're a lot more lax about stuff like that. Needs to move Portland, bike everywhere. Mountain bikes are way cheaper than cars. Yeah, I mean, if you don't like public transit, like, I mean, or electric scooter, or even electric bike, because then you won't have to put energy into it. All you have to do is just like, and then you're like, yeah, you just kind of just cruise. Molded in my desire to go out has largely died. I think, you know, a lot of that's just because there isn't a lot of things to do in your area. So, you know, what you consider going out is probably just like going to the grocery store or going to a restaurant or something. Like, I mean, it's not exactly that exciting. I mean, you know, granted, I mean, I'm not, you know, as old as you, but you're not exactly that older than me either. I prefer a car. I'm not anti-vehicle like a lot of folk. Well, I mean, that's fine. But the thing is, though, that's more expensive. Anyway, let's go back to this neo-Nazi shit. We're like fucking like stun locked as fuck here.
I'm always like, listen, you're.
Let's watch them get fucked on here already. We're building up here, you know. So it's just like, so what the fuck? We're getting back into it. Well, if you can't afford a car, you can't afford a car. Well, that's true. And if you can't afford a car, then you need an alternative. And having something like an electric bike or something like that would at least be you know, even maybe to a certain extent, a temporary alternative, because you could potentially have, you know, that alternative in the future.
Martin, I'm 260. I'm 260, brother. Meme is a meme for a fucking reason. People who have RP and you don't tell for the challenge, dude, has.
Oh my God, Azad, you rambly fuck.
Anyway, let's continue.
Can't ride a bike. Never bought or learn. It's not that hard. Dude, I never learned, and then one day I just rode one and I realized, oh, this is how you ride. Oh. Like, I mean, it's not that hard, okay? Don't be like Metal T. Oh no, let your recumbent. Oh wait, electric recumbent bike. There you go.
Waiver is good. His sign, everything's good. Ready to go.
Yeah, I saw one of his posts come across Twitter. It was like.
It is pretty funny though that he's like.
How'd they just scrape your knee so bad you went to the hospital? How in the fuck did that happen?
Guy's like, yeah, I love white supremacy, and then he was like,
dude, look at this. Nick, Twitter troll, Nick Fuentes Nutrider. Nick Fuentes Nutrider, dude, I love it.
show up to fight you. Why would you choose to do this? What a fucking idiot.
Like critical of somebody who associates himself with America first and the political values that I value. We all know that.
the values that I value, like, you know, the Jews need to be disturbed, and, the idea that, like, you know, us white folk need to, you know, be able to impregnate a 13-year-old and stuff, you know, stuff like that, because, those are my values as a weird white nationalist incel ginger fuck goiper. Yo!
And again, just where's him?
Managed to get to the speed on my dad's bike and had to swerve to avoid an incoming car. Well, okay, so that wasn't your fault then. Alright, so it wasn't really your fault necessarily. There was an oncoming car, which, alright, you know, what you're learning a bike, so you're learning how to ride a bike, so it's not, you know, that's, you know, that's an exceptional case. Like, you know, you're not, you know, you're still figuring out how to gain control. But the car decided to, you know, not stop, or maybe just, like, wait, you know, and, like, see what's going on and shit like that. Got multiple nasty scrapes, screamed till the hospital getting painkillers. Well, Jesus. I mean, okay, if you just, like, I mean, if you got, like, a few multiple nasty scrapes, I mean, like, that, I mean, okay, look, that ain't worthy of going to the hospital for, really, necessarily. Just got, like, get some Neosporin on it, you know, get some, like, you know, like, alcohol peroxide shit on there, and, you know, make sure it's disinfected, and bandage it up, and there you go.
Versus average D1 player?
Bro, I was 9. Well, okay, alright. I mean, you know, when you're 9, obviously, like, one of the few things that you can do is just screams, but, okay, like, but still. I mean, you, like, you know, like, I would figure that, like, your pops or somebody would have been like, hey, look, it's okay, we'll just, you know, get some alcohol peroxide, which might hurt, you know, more for a second, but then we'll put some Neosporin, which will help numb it and stuff like that. We'll bandage it up and you'll be all good and blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, I don't know, whatever. Like, I mean, it was, you were 9, so who cares? Whatever. If you were, like, 14 or some shit, I've been like, bruh, but...
I think it's gonna
Oh.
go all day today.
Okay, we'll watch this in a second. Okay, listen.
Get us back to...
You be thinking the...
Now I just thought it'd be fun to come spar.
Who's Nicholas Fuentes? Tell me.
So, Nick Fuentes is the leader of America First.
I fucking hate women, like I just do. It's not a joke.
I fucking hate women. It's not a joke. They're pieces of shit, and I wish to impregnate every 11-year-old, you know, female, you know, before they become a woman, so then I can have utter control over them, because I'm a fucking disturbed freak. I mean, Fuentes in a nutshell.
Based on furthering Christian values in the United States.
Christian values.
We started talking on Twitter, right?
Yeah, no, I was just messing around. Yeah.
Ah, you were messing around?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just messing around, you know. I was just doing a bit of trolling as they do, you know. Like, I wasn't actually being serious, even though I actually am serious, you know, and kowtow with a bunch of fucking serious pieces of shit, and who are influential in the far right, you know, political movement and stuff, but, you know, just messing around, bruh. Just trolls, bruh. It's just a prank, bruh.
No, I'm not a hateful person. I love everybody. You know.
I'm not a hateful person. I love everybody. I'd love if everybody was just subordinate under my values. I'm not hateful.
Impression of seeing Ben in the gym. Why were you talking shit about Jews? Why were you defending Nicholas Fuentes?
Well, I think because of what he says is right. I mean, you can layer that behind a mask. And
He denies the Holocaust.
Layers it behind a mask, even though he's pretty open about that shit. He doesn't have a mask. What is he talking about?
Revisionist. So,
dude, that's awesome.
Did he just say revisionist? Wait. So, he's like, look, I accept the Holocaust thing. We all do here, okay, brother? But let me just tell you, we're revisionists because we want to just, you know, set the record straight about some things here, okay? Like, bruh, really? Like, is he, dude, does he really think he's pulling a fast one on us or something here? And on this guy, on this, like, Jewish UFC fighter who's gonna deck his face?
He folded.
I've seen Matt watch the documentary, of what Shark did. I'm Shark, watched you, used to be a radio jockey. Yeah, no, I know about that shit. Quote, it's too expensive. Admitted why she doesn't want to go to Oregon. Quote, it's too expensive. Hey, guess what? It's too expensive everywhere. Like, I mean, plus there's plenty of places in Oregon that can certainly be cheaper than Portland or Eugene or Salem or whatever the fuck. There's plenty of places that, you know, aren't too expensive. Yeah, like, I mean, yeah, if you go to any of the urban areas or, hell, even on the coast to an extent, like, yeah, you're definitely gonna, you know, find some pretty expensive areas. But, like, at least when it comes down to, like, you know, like, you just really just, like, some small town or something that's, like, kind of outside of one of these areas, I mean, it's certainly, you know, like, worse than what it really should be, for sure, but, like, I mean, it's better than, you know, trying to live in Portland or something, for example. I'll grant that. Because it's definitely way harder. She looked at you like you were insane. Oh my god. Well, maybe, like, man, I need to set some, like, me and Rip City, like, need to, like, talk to her or something to set some shit straight then. Because, like, is it not just because, I guarantee you, it's also because she thinks it's, like, a lawless place that has been burnt to the ground because, you know, Antifa rioters destroyed everything and the cops are too scared to do anything or something. I'm tired of being rural, bro. I mean, I said small town, that doesn't necessarily mean rural. There's a lot of small towns in Oregon that basically are close enough to these, like, you know, bigger cities and stuff like that to where it's not really rural. Like, I'm technically in a small town, and there's nothing rural about my town at all. The small town shit is getting old. I want to taste the city. Well, I mean, like, I don't know, like, I could see what, honestly, like, you know, what average prices are for, like, you know, Milwaukee would be, but honestly, like, if you know, if you want to at least, you know, be in that city life taste while still being in a small town, there's, in Oregon, honestly, especially at least in the Valley, you know, there's more of an ability for that, you know, especially outside of Portland, at least, because a lot of the greater Portland metro, like, it's basically more of a conglomeration of, you know, Portland and, like, Gresham, Tigard, like, you know, Oregon City, you know, Milwaukee, Sellwood, Happy Valley, you know, fucking, Lakeo, all, you know, Linwood, or Westland, you know, all these different fucking places. I want to be too far from Portland. Well, luckily, there's a lot of public transit that's, you know, outside, you know, of Portland that's, you know, like, there's public transit that goes out, you know, as far west as Hillsborough. Like, you could be as far away from Portland as Hillsborough, or, like, Forest Grove, and you'll be able to be in Portland within an hour or two. Or less, give or take. Depending on, you know, form of transportation. To just eat and shop. Well, that seems a little contradictory to the whole idea that you were saying from earlier about, like, how, you know, you're at the age of, like, you know, your desire to go out has largely died. This seems a little contradictory to that, doesn't it? Because that seems like, hey, you want to sprout out and do more shit and, you know, get out and do things that aren't just shopping and eating. You know, because, like, honestly, a lot of what you're, you know, I like being in Alabama, like, a lot of that shit, there's just nothing there. It's died here. Well, yeah. You want to be in an area where you can flourish that. I mean, yeah, because being in Alabama, like, yeah, what fucking motivation would you have to go outside when there's basically barely anything? Unless you're in, like, Huntsville or Birmingham or Mobile or something like that, I mean, there's really not much. And being in those areas, I mean, there might be a possibility for some stuff, because you might be able to find, like, a little, like, hobbyist little game shop or something like that, or whatever the fuck, but out in some, like, tiny little town, I mean, that shit's, like, very unlikely. It's not like it's impossible, but it's not exactly very likely. I have seen it before. I mean, sometimes there'll be, like, enough young people around to where there could be, like, a little niche thing for young people out there and stuff, but, I mean, for the most part, though, you know, not really too much. Mobile, Ignar, the Mo is capital. The Mo.
Picnic table, dude. Look at this guy. He already fucking, bro. If you're getting jujitsu'd like mentally by a guy who might not have it all there, you know what I mean? I'm not talking about his like technique. I don't know how this guy fights, but I'm assuming it's good, right? It's gonna be better than the average person. But he's probably not doing great on the mental compartment, as far as I know from like all the fucking fighters that I know. And this motherfucker's already jujitsuing you in that part too. How are you fucking folding? Pick a lane, bozo. At least this is the part where you're supposed to be like, yeah, actually, I do defend it. No, he's just a revisionist. Oh, okay, he's just doing Holocaust revisionism. Okay, got it. Oh, it's totally, never mind. That's, like what is he supposed to...
Everyone's saying that Hassan's related to Cenk. You never knew that? Yeah, Cenk is Hassan's uncle. Yeah. Yeah. That he's Cenk and Anna's child. Cenk and Anna's child? No. That's ridiculous. No, it's his uncle. Cenk is his uncle. I don't know anything about his actual dad outside of, like, being, like Hassan and his father were mostly in Turkey for his childhood, and then they moved into the U.S., and then after that, he kind of, went under his uncle's wing, Cenk, for a little bit, where he had this little thing with TLOT for a little bit, and then he started doing these streams, and that's when he's been doing them since, because that's where he got big, and very successful and all that shit, right? So,
that situation.
At least that's like the TLDR version of it. And by the way, the reason why he has this mansion that he's in right now is at least, like, mainly for his mom, actually. Like, he wants a place to where his brother or nephew, I think, one of the two, I forgot which. But, like, for him to have his, like, engineering stuff in his garage and shit, where he can at least do some work there and stuff. And also for his mom, so he can, be, like, somewhere where, he can have, more of immediate accessibility to her, so, he can help take care of her and stuff like that. So, I mean, like, all in all, like, I mean, it's not even technically his. I think he bought it for his mom, specifically. So, it's like, I think it's, like, under her name, if anything, if I had to take a guess.
Not all aspects of it.
So, the memes about him being like, oh, it's like, yeah, exactly. It's like, how you leftists and socialists, if you own mansion... wrecked. It's just like, I mean, because he's doing it for his family specifically, like, he's at least doing it for good intent, and he's not, like, going out of his bounds, like, I mean, legitimately, like, I mean, like, it's not like his mansion is, like, some Jeff Bezos compound or some shit, you know what I mean? It's, like, some typical, like, more bougie McMansion, fucking, like, upper-class LA type of thing, like... It's like if you're, like, driving through Hollywood and seeing those big-ass little, like, McMansions, that's basically what it is, It's, I mean, yeah, it's like a multi-million-dollar thing and shit, and, yeah, he has the funds for it and stuff like that, but, I mean, I'd rather, like, someone like him be using money and having things like this versus some cocksucker like fucking Bezos, you know what I mean? Like, if we're really gonna quantify, like, all this shit here, like... isn't the whole idea of, like, meritocracy of the working class, like, being able to achieve, successes like this? So, I mean, it's just kind of like, if anything, for what flaws he does have, agree or disagree with what he might say, like, he's at least, a genuine, like, example of what the meritocracy ought to look like, for all of us and for the rest of society. Granted, and, he's done it in his own way, and it's at least been lucky enough to achieve that, but... like, that's kind of the thing, though. Like, we all, should have to have a system, for that opportunity. And, like I said, agree or disagree with him, at least at the end of the day, at the root of it, he does advocate for that.
Whether it be, like, numbers that might, have been different over the years.
That's why I like watching him. And it can be funny at times, too. But ignore. Bezos has earned that money by taking out the risk of starting the business. Yeah, in his garage where, he got a, easy start from his mommy and daddy who are already really rich as fuck, too. and he was already a part of a very successful and very, well off, from a company, in tech as well. Like, I mean, they kind of failed to mention a lot of fucking factors, about that son of a bitch. Like, I mean, so honestly, it's just like, I mean, granted, maybe at the very beginning he did put some actual effort to it, but at a certain point, like, that stopped. And it got, like, too powerful for his own fucking good because of that. And, it's like the whole absolute power corrupts absolutely. Like, he had absolute power, when it came to being able to gain the success, and got it so much to the point to where it is now like a conglomerate that consumes like swath industries all over this fucking globe. Mostly in America, but, frankly, all over the place in this fucking, planet.
How much do you think people killed?
I wouldn't know off the top of my head.
Wait, okay, hold on. So back to this. Like, this dude just says, like, how many do you think were, like, killed, like, when it comes to, like, the Holocaust stuff? And he's like, I wouldn't know off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure there's a pretty good approximate number. I think in the totality of World War II, I think, like, 11 to 12 million, give or take, people were dead and killed, due to the war. And a large chunk of that was because of the Holocaust. About, like, 6.1 something about million, give or take. So nearly a little over half of the casualties of World War II were directly from the Holocaust. Directly. Wasn't it 7 million? I think so. I mean, I remember it being like 6 point something. Like, it was like 6.1 or like 6 points. I forgot the exact approximate, but yeah, you're more probably correct. Honestly, it's probably like if it's probably 6 to 7 million. It's somewhere around there. Either way, it's still a fuckload. Like, it's still a shitload, and, and it's insane, like, in either way, it still makes up a little over half of, the casualties of World War II. I remember being closer to 7 million, but I could be wrong. Well, either way, it's like, it's around the 7 to 6 million mark. It's somewhere in between there. And thus meaning that, like, over half of the casualties of World War II were directly from the Holocaust. And in fact, I mean, actually well over half, because, I mean, that's just for, the Jews who were specifically killed. Like, I mean, not everyone who died in the Holocaust specifically was necessarily Jewish. There's a lot of people who were communists, a lot of Russians, the Slavs, there were, Americans there as well. In a lot of these camps, there was, like, pretty much anybody who was deemed inferior, like, political enemies. Also, there was all sorts of motherfuckers at these camps and shit. Though, at the end of the day, predominantly who made up, the demographic of these camps were Jewish folk. But they fucking went after everybody. So it's like anyone who was deemed worthy of that shit, or I guess unworthy of such hell, I mean, then they, sentenced into it. Because, I mean, it's like, because honestly, I mean, regardless of really what the exact approximate number really is, like, at the end of the day, over half of the fucking casualties of World War II were directly caused by that fucking genocide and Holocaust. Directly. And that fucking fact is undeniable. I mean, regardless of what the exact specific number of that is. I mean, because, I mean, a lot of reason why at least it's more of an approximate, give or take, I mean, is because the Nazis, when either Americans or the Soviets were advancing on some of these camps, would burn and destroy these documents and have these big burn pits, to destroy a lot of files and a lot of records and stuff, because the SS and the Nazis, were very litigious, and they were super hyper, like, file document oriented. They had documents on every tiny little fucking thing that they could get their hands on. Like, I mean, they had a file on, like, every tiny little, like, pretty much on, like, every little atomic particle that, exists in Germany. Like, I mean, they had a record for fucking everything. And, when it came to, like, the Allies, whether on the East or the West, showing up to these camps, they would burn a lot of these fucking files and documents. So, I mean, even with the number that we do have, the real, true, actual number that we, is out there, we might never really fucking know. Because a lot of that, the Nazis burnt. And a lot of them were ash, already. So it's like, who fucking knows? The Nazis literally burnt them out into the ether. Out of literal existence. And we may never fucking ever know. And that is just a fucking haunting fucking thought to, think about. It's like, literally, for humanity's history, it's like not every individual necessarily gets recognized in history books and shit, right? But every human being and every individual at least has like a role, so to speak, when it comes to that history. And to know that a group of people, whether neo-Nazis or not neo-Nazis, Nazis, or any other fucking, group or power to literally just, erase that, with flame and put it to ash, and there's just, not a fucking record of it at all. That's seriously some sinister shit. Some, frankly, honestly, disturbing shit.
Praised Hitler.
It's easy to be a lunatic if you're not face to face. I know. This is also, there's another side of this as well. I just want to explain.
LGBTQ Holocaust. Not enough people like me have a say about it.
Okay. A lot of people.
You forget there's people like me that ain't gonna fucking, take the bullshit.
Yell at me when they're like, Hassan, you're much more charitable to the people that you are talking to when you pull them up or when you are sitting next to them or whatever the fuck than you would to a chatter. And it's like, yeah, of course.
Wait, hold on. Did you know they separate out ethnically German POWs from the camps to try to recruit spies that way? According to Israel, learning the tactics didn't work, so eventually started sorting them out in the camps. Yeah, I heard about about stuff like that. They did that with a lot of different prisoners, honestly. They try to give maybe, some leeway for some Jewish prisoners even by, snitching on their, fellow prisoners and stuff like that. They did that with pretty much anybody. Because they're, backstabby, type of weasels and shit like that. You know what I mean? They're pretty open about, basically, hey, are you willing to take an extortion or a bribe or... willing to, do a certain favor, for maybe a favor back and blah, blah, blah. That's, because at least in the ghettos in Warsaw, for example, and if you watch The Pianist, you can kind of see some of this as an example as well. There would be some Jews who would genuinely, help along with the Nazis, thinking that being collaborators, would grant them some sort of an amnesty or some sort of leeway where they would be exempted. Of course they weren't, but the Germans would give them special armbands and and stuff like that to kind of give them recognition and kind of a superiority over their fellow Jewish folk, at least in the Warsaw ghettos and shit. It gave them some sort of a deputized authority basically. And as long as they played ball with the Nazis, then they probably won't, they'll probably be, far away in the back of the line from getting shot, versus, being first in line. You know what I mean? So it's they, it never really was, fundamentally as, a sense to, grant them some sort of, amnesty or something like that. Outside of, unless they might be American or Anglo, when it comes to British, because, they did form foreign SS battalions of defectors, from the British. I forgot what they called the British SS division, but there was also a concept. It never was organized, but because they never got enough American prisoners to make it, but there was the idea of the SS George Washington Division, which was meant to, well, as you can imagine, Americans who are, fighting in an SS division, who defected to the German side, which never formed, but it was at least a genuine concept that was kind of, thought out. Silver Legionaries, yeah, it's another version of it. Honestly, the SS, as weird as it sounds, it had a lot of diverse military battalions. not for any good reason at all. Like they would have like, you know, some like they would have, I think they had like a Turkish and Iraqi SS battalions. They had I think they had some Ukrainian SS battalions. They also had Ethiopian SS battalion. They had like an Algerian SS battalion. Like they had different SS battalions, you know, that were made up of like blacks, Turks, you know, Ethiopians, stuff like that. You know, and basically the whole idea was that they would be given amnesty to the Aryan regime, and to, you know, it would basically be like guided, you know, by the superiority of the Aryan race, basically. And, you know, like, it was all just facade bullshit, frankly. It's their propaganda, you know, like, and if you want to learn something about this stuff, look up Mark Felton. It's a channel on YouTube, and he actually goes in depth, like in a lot of depth, about, you know, some of these battalions and some of these things that the SS actually tried to do. And honestly, like, and make no bones about it, any fucking right-winger or some weird, like, closeted, dog-whistling neo-Nazi fuck that says, like, actually, the Wehrmacht and blah, blah, blah was pretty diverse. There was a lot, like, and start referencing stuff like this, call bullshit. Because a lot of, you know, these battalions I'm referring to did not partake in the front lines. They did not do anything that was, like, you know, decent work, so to speak. They were basically meant to be garrisons and meant to be logistical, like, you know, putting up pillboxes and stuff like that. I mean, and basically, you know, they were also treated pretty poorly. Like, I mean, you know, if they acted out of line, you know, then they would get severely punished and stuff like that. I mean, it was still fucked up, and they were not treated fairly whatsoever. I mean, very rarely, you know, maybe some of these battalions were sent to the front lines, but that, you know, was very fucking rare, because they never trusted them to fight on the front lines, because they, you know, in some part, because they are not Aryan and a lesser race, they thought they were not to be trusted. So they can't be trusted on the front lines because they might shoot your fellow countrymen, and you don't want that. So, you know, they had suspicions, and that's the reason why they kept them behind the lines. And yes, they were poorly trained and were given, like, interwar, you know, period equipment or captured equipment. Which, if it's captured equipment, then chances are actually was probably better. Because if they got, like, Mosin Nagants and, like, PPS H-41s and stuff like that, or, like, MP-28s and, you know, and, like, Kar 98Ks, then honestly, they probably weren't really necessarily that badly equipped. You know, because honestly, you know, especially if you know, read up about personal accounts from German soldiers on the Eastern Front, they talked pretty fondly about some of the Russian weapons, because in a lot of ways, especially given the conditions on the Eastern Front, they worked way better than the German equipment. So they, in a lot of ways, talked pretty fondly, and there's plenty of pictures that you could see of German soldiers on the Eastern Front that had PPS H-41s, Mosin Nagants, SVD-40s, captured Russian equipment, and would just toss their weapons aside and just pick those up, because they just worked better. I mean, at least, you know, in that environment, and, you know, and also ammo was very easily accessible, too. And in fact, actually, funny enough, some PPS H-41s were actually converted to take the German 9mm Luger round, and were able to take MP40 magazines. So, I mean, it's just like, you know, the Germans looked at a lot of the Russian equipment and, you know, thought, this is actually good, and adapted some of their shit, you know, and made it, you know, compatible with some of their German equipment as well. Like, I mean, so, I mean, they kind of recognized that some of the Russian weapons, especially the PPS H-41 and the PPS 43, like, they recognized those were really good submachine guns, and, you know, they would adapt them for their own weapons, and, or at least for their own calibers, you know, and reconfigure the bolt assembly and shit like that, but while broadly maintaining the same, you know, style and the same mechanism and shit. Like, I mean, granted, I mean, there were some, you know, German factories and some German engineers that were pretty adaptive, you know, for the time. I wouldn't say the Nazis were. I would just say that, you know, some of these engineers that looked at, you know, some of this equipment and be like, we can do something with this. Because, I mean, there's one thing about Germany and Germans broadly that you can kind of give them, is that they know a thing or two about, like, engineering shit like that is way too complicated, but nonetheless very, like, impressive, you know, and like really complex and really cool. But nonetheless, overly complicated, and that tends to cause issues, especially in harsh environments like in Eastern Russia.
Real human beings behave. And one difference that I do have in comparison to many other political commentators especially is that I am real. You've seen me behave the way that I do with my interlocutors that I consider to be my ideological enemies. You've seen how I operate around Ann Coulter. You've seen how I operate around Larry Elder. You've seen how I operate around people that I do not appreciate. It's not very different than how I would operate online. That's the major difference. You've actually seen it because it happened on fucking TV. There's videos of it on all over YouTube. A lot of these guys, they just think like, oh, it's just theater. You know what I mean? And like behind the...
I think a part of it's because they think, you know, they're in such an echo chamber and they've been conditioned, you know, in that echo chamber so much that I think, you know, they think that, like, they generally believe that, like, you know, there's a lot of people in the world that, you know, like, basically, you know, believe, at least, you know, to some extent, what, you know, I have to say, and, you know, at least, you know, might be, you know, willing to at least hear me out and blah, blah, blah. And anyone who's aggressive against it, you know, is just a triggered little lefty and obviously, you know, knows that I'm right and blah, 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 and all this other bullshit, you know what I mean? So it's just like, it's one of those things where it's just like, I mean, like, where he's so conditioned in his echo chamber that he thinks that, you know, he can say what he can without consequence. And he's gonna find out. He's gonna fuck around and find out, man. I'm gonna love it. Potential Esther said it best. German tanks are like Corvettes, while Russian tanks were a mix of Pintos and other cheap vehicles. I mean, well, not really like Pintos, but yeah. I mean, like, because it was basically like quality over quantity. The Russians were about quantity because, well, you know, well, in a way, America too. Actually, funny enough, now that I think about it, you just made me realize this a little bit. America was like balanced when it came to quality and quantity because we had so many factories, you know, when it came to the beast that was unleashed with that industry, that like we were able to pump out quality fucking, you know, things like the B-17, P-51, the Sherman. Sherman gets a bad reputation. Really? You think so? Dude, the Sherman is like the god king of fucking tanks for America, dude. I mean, like, dude, to this day, the Sherman is like a, you know, tank that is, like, immensely praised. I mean, really? It was a good tank. Tigers are just better. Well, yeah, because their cannon, their gun on the Tiger was meant to penetrate their armor. Like, I mean, like, a lot of Shermans did get fucked up by Tiger tanks because of that, I think it was a 80 millimeter gun. Oh, no, 88 millimeter, I believe. It was basically like a flak 88, but mobile. I think it was a flak 88 cannon that was just converted to, you know, be in there. They all say Shermans are death traps. Well, any tank was a death trap, to be fucking frank. I mean, they're not wrong in a sense that tanks were death traps. And Shermans, you know, aren't any different. I mean, no matter what, regardless if that tank is, like, good as fuck, I mean, yeah, you kind of are in a death trap because it's never going to be, like, impenetrable. Like, something will blow that fucker up. You know, you are kind of in a tin can that is just waiting to go off by the right ammunition. You know what I mean? Like, you are in a, yeah, like, for any tank, honestly, I argue you're in a death trap, and Shermans weren't no different. I mean, it's like, I mean, there was, like, because, like, with all the, because the thing is, like, there were so many variations of, the Sherman tank, you know, like, in different models. Like, the very early models of the Sherman versus the late war models are so fucking different from each other, they might as well be fundamentally different tanks. I mean, honestly. Like, I mean, because, like, the different adaptations and the different, you know, uses that they needed, you know, when it came to mass producing a tank, and like the reason why they just had so many variations of that tank was just because that, like, it was such a simple chassis. Like, I think there was, like, other tanks that were use the Sherman chassis, you know, for various different other, like, vehicles specifically, if I remember correctly. Just because, like I said, it was just like a simple chassis. It worked really well, at least, you know, for what it was. And especially when it came to the cast armor that it had. Instead of being riveted, you know, or anything like that, it was all one big cast piece. And when you have like this big curved, gigantic, thick cast fuck you dome, you know, for a tank, you know, then it's like, it makes it harder to penetrate that. And it didn't make it impenetrable, like I was saying, but it certainly did help. I mean, yeah, like, so they definitely were good tanks. And the Pershings, I mean, they never really got enough service at the end of the war, but I mean, they were serviced near the end of it, and, you know, even they were pretty fucking, you know, kick-ass. Never really saw enough action, but, you know, they had their moments. Same with, like, the IS-2. Basically, like, the very early era Cold War tanks. Like, you know, the big, you know, granddaddies, the great-great-granddaddies of the Cold War tanks, basically.
Behind the shit that you say, you're supposed to be friendly. He's like, no, fuck that.
You don't know?
I honestly don't know.
Can I give you a clue?
I mean, they say 6 million.
He says Jewish people
They
should not be
say.
allowed to participate
They say,
in the U.S. government.
6 million number, it puts more faces to the name. Because a lot of people know people that are Jewish.
There are faces to the names.
That is true.
No shit. Yes.
Basically,
That is true. Wow, yeah. Okay, wow. Well, wow, what enlightenment there, you broccoli haircut fuck.
something like talent.
Tank destroyers could have fell out of favor after World War II because we could finally invest in making a proper modern battle tank. Yeah. And, you know, basically, I think, you know, I also will argue, like, depends for the T-34, the Sherman tank, the Churchills / Crusader tanks, you know, for the British. Like, I'd argue a lot of these tanks and the multiple variations of them throughout World War II kind of proved that the idea of having more of a standardized, like, main battle tank was kind of the answer to a lot of their problems. Because, like, you know, at a certain point, especially near the end of the war, there wasn't really a strong investment in things like you're talking about, like tank destroyers and stuff like that. I mean, it's not like they weren't, you know, considered, but, you know, they just started to become more obsolete and realizing that, like, yeah, like, we have, like, literally 1,000 variations of basically the same fucking tank. Why don't we just, like, standardize it all as, like, one main proper battle tank? And that's where, like, the main or / like modern battle tank, you know, the MBT came in. I mean, and now, like, a lot of these other specific, you know, roles, like whether they're tank destroyers or heavily armored, like, you know, vehicles, stuff like there's a lot of, you know, now they've kind of, you know, adapted other utilities that normally would have fallen into some different tank roles. Now they've kind of fallen into, like, you know, being armor, you know, APCs or, you know, like those, like, mobile artillery, you know, stuff like that. By poor countries that can't afford to design a main battle tank. Well, yeah. Like, because there's a lot of poorer countries that still have basically surplus tanks, you know, whether from the Soviet Union or from the United States, or even both. There's some countries that have, like, a mixture of, like, T-54s or, like, you know, or T-72s, and then, like, like fucking Patton tanks and stuff like that. I mean, there's some countries that have, like, kind of a little mixture of shit going on. Shermans are still used in some place in Africa. Yeah. I mean, dude, you wouldn't. I mean, hell, like, there's fucking World War II equipment still being used in, you know, right now in the Ukraine war, for fuck's sake. And I don't mean just, like, some, like, Grandpappy's Mosin Nagant, you know, being used and shit. I mean, like, you know, fucking, like, an MG42, like, fucking, you know, like, MP40s and shit. Like, there's pictures, like, a Maxim machine gun, for fuck's sake. Like, there's pictures of, like, old-ass World War II and interwar era and even World War I era weapons being used and shit. It's like, man, like, and on both sides, too. Like, both sides are doing that. Like, and it's just like, damn, man, any motherfuckers, you know, just grabbing whatever they can. Nigeria, for example. Yeah. Well, and also, I would imagine Niger, yeah, a little bit. Russia's got to keep the Maxim. I mean, honestly, it's a fucking good machine gun, dude. Like, it's always, you know, been, like, a, like, you know, like, I mean, it's always been a fairly reliable machine gun. It's old, you know, it's an oldie, but it's a goodie. You know, it's one of those, you know what I mean? It's an oldie, but a goodie. Like the Mosin. You have to crank that bitch. No, okay, you're thinking about the old, you think about the first Gatling gun. No, a Maxim machine gun is, dude, okay, you're thinking of a different gun, dude. That's a Gatling gun. Gatling is the one that had the crank. Maxim is, the Maxim machine gun is not crank fed at all. It's an automatic machine gun that you just pull the trigger and it goes like that. That's what it does. I mean, like you don't crank it. There's nothing to crank.
In America, in a good way.
Nick Fuentes' honor is on the line. We talked enough. I think let's start.
I mean, a similar thing happened at TwitchCon too, where you saw like a bunch of motherfuckers who wanted to troll, for example, in the real world, got shut down very quickly because it doesn't work the same way. You expect a person to match you. You expect a person to be like more polite in the real world. You expect them to be nicer in the real world because you're like there, and you're just like doing a little bit of light trolling. And when you actually match the same energy that you have in the real world that you would, like this guy is, you know what I mean? It's very different. It's very different. All of a sudden, it's like,
yeah, it becomes very pussy whipped and very bitch made really quick. At least for me, I'm willing to, like, holding my convictions and shit. I mean, I might not be, like, abrasive asshole like I might be online sometimes, but if you push me to the limit, I certainly will. Like, I mean, it's like, if you come at me aggressive, I will be right off the bat even, because, like, well, fuck you, asshole, like, so... I mean, it's like, for me, I'm certainly not afraid of it. I'll be respectful, cordial, as long as you are with me. It's like, hey, man, why was you being a dick earlier, bro? I was just trying to blah, blah, blah. It's like, oh, well, I mean, hey, now that we're talking, I mean, well, hey, well, my apologies. Like, well, let's hash it out anyway, but, hey, I guess I might retract the apology depending on how this goes. And if it's saying cordial, then being chill, then okay, cool. And if not, then, well... I'd retract the apology and say, go fuck yourself, you're a little twit, and I don't take back anything I said. So, like, I mean, at least when it comes to face-to-face, I'm at least willing to give a baseline cordiality of respect. But depending on how you throw, that at me, and if you aren't willing to give that back, then it's going to change, for sure. Or if you just push my buttons enough, it's like, just depending. I mean, but, like, either way, like, I'll at least give a baseline cordiality. I mean, if I know somebody's, like, need not deserve that respect, like, let's say they have an SS tattoo, or if it's, like, if I, like, saw Nick Fuentes, face-to-face, like, I mean, that won't happen. Like, it ain't gonna be respectable right off the bat, you know what I'm saying? Should I break out the mics or the pirate water? Keep it nice and light. Do mics.
Oh, okay, never mind. You know what I mean?
Sparring, that's what he came for. He drove all the way. Let's go to the cage.
Let's go to cage.
Apparently, my little brother here is gonna troll. I hate trolls. Just make sure after this you post the time. You post the DM. I want to see how honest we're being.
Well, it's all respect. It's all respect. Well, I'm taking as many rounds.
It's all respect, man. It's all respect. No, it ain't, because you don't respect him, and you don't respect Jewish folk, and you don't respect, like, tolerance, and you don't respect, inclusivity. You're a hateful white supremacist little shitwad, and you look like a fucking dork that's gonna get his ass whooped, son. And I'm gonna enjoy it.
I feel like I am primarily a striker. I said I did karate, taekwondo, mixed it for 8 years. I got my black belt. I've never done a 5 minute.
I've got my black belt, like, yeah, like, that's gonna mean shit to a UFC fighter. Yeah, I got my karate black belt, bro. You might want to fear me, bro.
But UFC 4 a lot.
That's
awesome.
He said he's never done a 5-minute round, but he plays UFC a lot. What the fuck are you doing? If you have any kind of traditional training, holy moly, if you have any kind of fucking traditional training, you know the difference between a fucking 5-minute round and whatever the fuck you were doing. I even, and I've never done actual combat sports. Oh my god, dude, it blows my mind, dude. It blows my mind when people neglect how much
Never been karate to a gunfight.
cardio is necessary.
Never been karate to a jujitsu, dude.
for combat sports, okay? I am 250 fucking pounds. I can sprint up and down the basketball court for an hour straight, okay? Many of you can't do that. I would die and gas out instantaneously if I was in a fucking octagon for 30 seconds, okay? It is a very different type of cardio.
You know my Kim? Maybe I don't want to know your Kim. Maybe your Kim might be a dick. Okay?
That is
Maybe he's an asshole. Or she's an asshole. I don't know.
required. Because it's not just cardio. You're also... It's basically like...
His phone scrub is sensitive. Well, so is mine. You should have seen, like, the first 5 minutes of my stream, dude. I had a little baby panic because, like, last night, like, I dropped my phone and it left, like, the tiniest little, like crack, and now has, like, a beam, like, right here, like, on my screen now. And it's not, like, bad, but that little beam, though, makes it so, there's, like, the tiniest little, like, moment where, like, my phone's not sensitive no more, but also, like, it, you know, will just be shitty and just no longer fucking, like, cooperate. Like, where it would just be, like, frozen, where it would just not move. Should get a new phone. Well, rips it, like, that's already gonna be done. Okay. I actually had a little bit of moment of, like, oh shit. Like, but it looks like I think we should be Gucci. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, wait, okay.
The way I explain...
I swear to God, if it's starting to do that shit on me again, after, like, all this time of being chill, I'm not gonna be happy.
From at least doing, like, cardio boxing, cardio kickboxing, shit like that, it's...
I'm just gonna start doing this now.
It's literally, like... And also, I guess, street fighting experiences that I do have. Fighting is very different than any other kind of sport because it requires you to have tremendous cardio, and it also requires you to have physical force. And technique, too, obviously, which marries the two.
Wait, I think I found a loophole. Man, okay, yeah. This is starting to get, like, ridiculous, but I'm starting to learn the quirks of, and the adaptations of what must be done.
Hey, are you spawning? Yes, sir. Okay, you signed a waiver? Yes, sir. Oh, you did? Okay.
Oh, my fucking God.
It's all good, you know, Twitter isn't real life, but hey, we're in real life now, and...
Wait, hold on.
You know, he's just
fuck me.
A kid, probably a kid. Not gonna hurt him
Shit,
too bad, but,
no!
you know, it doesn't have to be...
Does the loophole want to work? It doesn't.
Education is painful sometimes.
He hasn't watched film on me. I have striking, I have power, I have size.
It's a classic case of fuck around and find out.
It is. I like how you said earlier that it was like, you know, basically just like, oh, hey, you know, Twitter ain't real life. But hey, guess what?
He's doing
now it is.
Better than I expected him to do. I mean, I really thought he was going to get folded, like, instantly. His form is ass. Whatever, man. Y'all are all fucking doing the same thing that he was doing.
All right, hold on.
You're doing the same thing that he was doing.
That's ridiculous. Hold up.
Yeah, this fucking fat ginger fuck who was a Nazi, I did not expect him to at least be able to do like a fucking mid kick or a high kick. So yeah, it is beating my expectations. Okay, shut the fuck up. I hate when people never go outside or like,
There we go. That fixed it at least. Jesus Christ. Either way, I like how you were saying from earlier that, like, this little fucking noodle was like, oh, Twitter ain't real life and stuff, bro. Despite the fact that it's just like, I mean, like, hey, bruh, like, it is. Like, you're, because honestly, if anything, you're the one who made it like that. Like, if you think about it, like, you're the one who's your ass decided to show up for the shit, fuck around and find out. Now here's your ass, you know, about ready to get fucked on.
Fuck around and find out.
I mean, look at him. Like, hold up. There's like right here where you can kind of see his face, where it's like an oh shit moment. Wait, I think it was like just right here.
Case of fuck around and find out.
Right there, dude. Look at him. He's just like Dude, you can kind of tell in his face, it's like, I kind of fucked up. I'm not going to win this. So he's just going to try to unleash all of his energy right off the bat and hope for the best. Which, I mean, you know, he holds out for a little bit. But it's just because, you know, he ain't going hard.
I mean, he's doing better than I expected him to do. I mean, I really thought he was going to get folded, like, instantly. His form is ass. Whatever, man. Y'all are all fucking...
Yeah, his form is ass, though.
The same thing...
I mean, I'm not a UFC fighter, and I definitely wouldn't be able to do it, you know, and wouldn't be having good form, but... I mean, I could just kind of tell by looking at, you know, the two side by side that, yeah, his form's shit.
Doing...
Good. Compared to the professionals, kind of obvious. Like, I just kind of look and see that.
You're doing the same thing that he was doing. It's like, yeah, this fucking fat ginger fuck who was a Nazi, I did not expect him to at least be able to do like a fucking mid kick or a high kick. So yeah, it is beating my expectations, okay? Shut the fuck up. I know people who never go outside are like, his form is ass. Like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it is, because he just got fucked on right there, dude. Like, he just got easily tossed over like, nah, he just got pushed aside like it was nothing with that.
Oh, God. Oh, that's awful. Okay.
Dude, that was pathetic. Hold on.
He's fighting like I would fight, okay? Like a person who was never, serious.
Okay, dude, this shirt is fucking lit, dude. I want to know where you can get a shirt like that. I want that shirt. That looks, I like it.
Real sparring, okay? He's just wailing now. He gave up on trying to maintain his presence and trying to ensure that he has stamina left so quickly.
Dude, yeah, that was, oh my god. Oh, now that I zoomed in on that, oh my god, that was fucking pathetic. He was like shoving him practically. That was nothing, dude. Oh my god. Not like I'd do any better against this guy, but I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, I could do better, you know, than this fuck, though, that's for sure. Ooh. Wait, try doing it back?
Doing the, what's his face?
We tried to kick him back. Oh my god.
That thing that the dude who fucking fought Jake Paul, Nick Diaz, he's like, yeah, good kick. Yeah, it's like, yeah, bitch, of course it's a good kick. What do you mean? Look at this, look. He's like, yeah, good kick, dude. Good kick, buddy.
Bro.
Like, dude, he's not your buddy. He's gonna kill you. Okay? Or not.
Well, he wishes he could.
Nick Diaz, sorry, fuck. You fucking cornball.
Oh,
for the record, this.
Oh no! Oh, he fucked up right there. He's gonna try to grapple him and get him to the ground. Oh, he's gonna immediately go to the ground first. Oh, dude, he's going on the ground first. Dude, he's about to get topped by, you know, a Giga Chad Jewish man and get fucking like, just like bred like a fucking breeding bitch if I've ever seen one, dude. This might even be TOS. Holy shit.
Always tell you, like, whenever motherfuckers come in here and you're like, dude, you could beat Andrew Tate. Like, no, the fuck I can't, okay? I can't.
Yeah, you could. Nah, fuck you. Yeah, you could. You're just being humble. Andrew Tate's a bitch. Do you really think that fucker could fight? Yeah, he might lift some weights, try to kind of, you know, give this veneer that he looks strong and muscular as shit, but do you really think he knows how to actually fight? No. Come on. Like, Hassan, you know how to throw a few punches and shit, okay? Like, Andrew Tate don't know how to do that shit. I expect him to perform just as well as, you know, Ben or Ginger Nazi fuckwad, you know, to perform, basically.
Can't. It would look like this.
Has a similar name to Tate. Honestly, like, I mean, I'm kind of fluid with my, like, names, because I have, like, so many various names. Like, I have Ignar, I obviously got my name, and then I have my, like, you know, nicknames of my friends, like Suzuki and shit like that, so I imagine it feels like a... No, I don't know. I mean, for me, I mean, like, I could go by different things, so I don't care, really.
But even worse, okay? No, I can't. You're out of your mind. Andrew Tate is literally 6'4" and won kickboxing competition.
Is he actually 6'4"? No way. Is he? No way he's fucking taller than me. I'm 6'2". Dude, that guy's a fucking muffin. Like, no way he's fucking 6'4". Bullshit. No way.
It wasn't a fucking... It doesn't matter. Like, you're crazy. That doesn't mean anything at the end of the day.
Oh shit, yeah, see, told you, he's on the ground now. Oh shit, dude, he's getting face fucked. Oh fuck. Dude, he's got that big fucking UFC Giga Chad Jewish dick all up in his face. Eat them nuts, dude. Get fucked on. Fuck you, bitch.
Yeah, this guy has no fucking grappling experience, dude. It's just so dumb.
I'm
tapping. I got kind of choked out. I'm all fucked up. I'm tapping, bro. Make a squeal. Ooh. Wait, you tried to, dude. He's trying to mimic his shit. Like he did a kick, and he's trying to do the same kick, but that was like, that's pathetic. Oh my god.
Oh Jesus, I want to.
Honestly, like, I mean, I couldn't do the kick like he could, but I mean, I could at least, like, you know, do way fucking better than that shit. Like, honestly, where my strength is when it comes to fighting is my fucking legs, bro. My legs are fucking units, bro. Like, these bad boys right here. These bad boys right here, fucking units, dude. Like, you know, it's like, I mean, that will fuck some shit up, bro. Like, I mean, you know, anything above my waist, you know, not so much, you know, I gotta work on that a little bit, but, you know, these legs, dude, will fuck a motherfucker up, okay? Like, I mean, I know my strengths, and I played my strengths, and it's like, I mean, like, you know, so I do actually kind of rely on some kicks, because I do got some pretty fierce kicks, honestly. I mean, I could get a pretty good fierce punch in, you know, but that energy, you know, can't stay forever. Like, I mean, I can throw, like, a good couple, but, like, especially if this is my more dominant arm, but, like, it can't be forever. Like, I mean, I can throw a couple, but after a certain point, that energy is going to wear out. But the kicks, though, I could do kicks for days, dude. Like, I'm a stomper. I like to do the stomp.
My dad.
According to Wikipedia, Tate is 6'3". So he's 1 inch taller than me? What the fuck? Dude, I've always imagined him as like 5'9" or something. Like, really? Wow, honestly, okay, that's actually kind of surprising to me.
While I was doing something, and unfortunately I couldn't pay attention. 1 second. This is a great video, by the way. Evet baba, tamam.
I'm tolerant. I'm tolerant. What? I'm tolerant. Get him! Make him squeal!
Make him squeal! Boom! Pathetic kick. He's trying to grapple again. He just... Ooh! Oh! Ooh! He got slammed! Oof!
I mean, he's just...
Oh, right in the fucking spleen. Ooh. Ooh, dude, he knew where to hit with that one.
Okay. That's it's like the sumo wrestler that I was like, you know, sumo wrestling against, except that guy was much nicer to me. But, like, he's just playing with his food.
Wait. Hassan wrestled with a sumo wrestler? What the fuck? Is that online somewhere? Oh, I want to see that. Wait, what? He wrestled with a sumo wrestler?
He's not even... He's just getting in body shots, just fucking having fun.
I like how he's just recording it. It's like
the crowd, all my teammates rooting for me.
It's also so awesome because you can wail on him in a way that is like super disrespectful, and And most people are gonna celebrate it because, like, the guy's a fucking Nazi, you know?
Exactly.
I mean? He's like,
I love it, dude. I'm loving every second of it. Every little moment where he's getting some serious pain induced on him is a moment I experience nothing but euphoric joy injected into my veins like H, dude. Like, I'm just like, oh. Just like in euphoric bliss, just looking at this shit. Okay, that was a bad joke, but it had to interweave a little dark ass humor, but whatever. I mean, it's like, I mean, well, I guess, you know, laughing gas, morphine, I don't know. I mean, you know, it's like there's a, well, morphine's technically, well, you know, fuck you, morphine, how about that? You know, fuck you. It's not bad. It's like you got a bad injury and you're just like, argh! But then you see this and you're just like, it's the morphine you need, and you're just like, ground control to Major Tom. You're just like, oh yes, euphoria. It's like, you know, it's the euphoria you need, you know, when it comes to like, you know, the pains, you know, that you're feeling. You know what I'm saying? There you go. It's the morphine that you need. There we go. Now we made it a positive, you know, subliminal dark humor joke.
5 years of BJJ, and I believe since you're very strong and stay active, you could be a decent grappler after a year and a half. I know, but that would require me to, again, train. I'm saying, like, right now, without any kind of training.
Gotta train, bruh. Gotta do it, bruh. Hey, yo, you gotta train to get that union strength in you, bruh. Gotta join up with your bros. Go up to the gym and do some flexes and fucking wreck some bitches, bro.
You fucking absolutely...
Dude, I bet, like, honestly, I bet Hassan honestly does have, like, some natural, like, you know, just brute strength, honestly. I mean, not in a good way, honestly. I mean, because you can just kind of look at him. I mean, there's a whole meme about him having a small head. I mean, part of that is because, like, his whole body's built like a fucking unit. I mean, you know, it's like there's... I mean, actually, at least right now, I don't even recognize, you know, him having a small head. I mean, like, at least right here. I mean, though, I see the meme, though. Like, depending... I think it just depends on what he's wearing. I think because it's such a, like, loose shirt, and he's got it, like, so opened up, and it's, like, really loose, I think it just... He probably got that hard strength. Well, the thing is, it's not, like... Well, that's not what it is, though. That's why I say brute strength, because, like, some people do have, you know, like, I guess what would be the equivalent of the tard strength, as you call it. Like, they have the equivalent of that, but they're also pretty smart and, you know, and intelligent and stuff like that. You know, like, all in all, like, that doesn't necessarily mean they're an idiot. I mean, hence why, you know, I feel like, you know, brute strength, you know, is more accurate, because, I mean, there's plenty of people that can be very intelligent and calculative and stuff like that, but just have, like... Just, I mean, it's like, that's why you have, like, you know, some people who are, like, you know, built like bears and shit like that, but are, like, super friendly, like teddy bears, basically. I mean, it's like, basically people like that. Like, you know, pretty, you know, nice and chill, and, you know, can be fairly smart, and, you know, like, you know, kind of ponder stuff, and, you know, all that shit, but they're just built like a fucking tank. You know what I mean? So it's just like, I mean, he's just like one of those type of dudes, I feel like. Maybe, you know, maybe not like, you know, a fucking bear daddy, or, you know, like some literal tank, but, like, I mean, he's definitely got it. I mean, you know, his shoulders are fucking, like, chonk as fuck, you know, for sure. I mean, so that's why I feel like it just depends on what he's wearing, because... You know, depending on what he's wearing, sometimes it might, like, exemplify some of his, like, some chonk and shit like that. I don't worry, though, just saying how I feel. Well, I mean, I don't know, like, have a little fun with this one. I mean, come on.
Heavy on the body, Hassan. Come on, Ben.
Putting his fucking nuts on his face.
Yeah, taste some Jewish nuts, bro. How's that for being kosher, bitch?
So big. Come on, finish it. Sorry, keep going.
Wait, is he like, I'm sorry, bro. Duh, fuck you. Now, okay, now you deserve to get fucked on hardcore, dude. Dude, what an embarrassment.
I'm sorry, shut up.
You're saying those punches don't look real? Dude. They look pulled? Well, yeah, because he's not meant to fuck him, you know, because he's only there to kind of fuck him up a little bit. He's just trying to make him tap out. And then he's like, I'm sorry, bro. And he's like, don't say sorry. And then he fucking pummeled his fucking face there, dude. Like, I mean, he's not pulling, I mean, he might be pulling some of him, but, like, you know, he's still fucking him up, dude. It's like, shut up with that. Dude, fuck yeah, man. Dude, he's fucking him up.
Oh, no! Oh, no! Come on, do that shit again, Rudy! 5 seconds, finish me.
Ooh! Oh! Gotta go all the way, not half-assed. Well, the thing is, he was only trying to teach him a lesson. He wasn't trying to, like, full-on break bones. I mean, he said that earlier.
Natan Levy fights at 155.
Don't say dumb shit.
Sumo walks around at 170, 175 and throws this kid around so easily. Yeah. Bro, how are you gonna have shoulder hair and curly hair like this and be anti-Semitic? I don't understand it. This is like, I know that someone else made that joke to begin with, but it's like, bro, are you just trying to like be like, no, trust me, guys. Like, I'm not Jewish. Is that what's going on? Like, what the fuck is your what's happening? Like, if this dude wasn't so ginger and I didn't know, if this dude wasn't so ginger and I didn't know that he was a white supremacist, I would have been like if he rolled up to the gym, I'd be like, oh yeah, this dude, you know, lives in Beverly Hills, 100%. Like, I ball with dudes that look exactly like him on a daily fucking basis. He said he's Jewish? Wait
a minute. No, he's not. What?
No fucking shot. This dude is what?
No.
I've seen like the fucking 4chan groypers who are themselves Jewish but like love Nazi memes and shit. But no, I don't. No, I think.
Okay.
I'm good. I just literally got the wind knocked out of me and I'm all fucked up, but I'm good. Dude, he is fucked up, dude. Look at him. Dude, he's definitely fucking bruised and beaten, dude.
I knew he was a real deal coming in. 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust.
Murdered
Murdered in the Holocaust.
Okay, that's good. Now, fuck Nick Fuentes.
Nick, I failed. I know you're not a striker or wrestler, but if you would like to come, Natan Levy.
You got a big mouth, though.
Oh my god, dude, what? Yo! Oh god.
Dude, this like ginger fuck wants to suck Nick Fuentes' dick so bad. He wants that Nick Ussy so hard, bro. Like, oh my god.
Oh, that's so good.
Oh my god.
Bro.
Dude, even after he got fucking bitch made, you're still embarrassing yourself. Oh my god. Man, you ginger little fuck, have at least a little humility. What do you say? Like, I mean, here, we'll rewind.
Now, fuck Nick Fuentes.
Nick, I failed. I know you're not a striker or wrestler, but
I failed. I have failed you as your champion. I have failed. Like, dude, I mean, it's like, he's like basically saying, it's like, I have failed you. I have brought dishonor upon you, and I am sorry. Like, please, fuck my ass. Let me suck your dick. Like, I mean, it's just the way he says this.
if you would like to come, Natan Levy.
You got a big mouth, though.
And he also said, I love you. It's like, nigga, I love you. Like, dude, he's all fucked up. Dude, he's all dazed. He's all dazed to want that Nick Ussy, dude.
Oh my god, dude, what?
The fuck?
Yo! Oh god.
Honorable seppuku.
So...
I mean, that would probably be the only way that he could regain honor at this point.
Bro.
Oh my god.
Oh, dude. Oh, no. Oh, fucking. Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Ooh.
yes.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Yes, please.
Christ, he put his fucking hand on him like a hostage tape, dude. Okay, this was fire. This was a great video. Holy fuck. Did he get a Nazi out of him? No, he's probably gonna be extra Nazi online now.
If you would like to come, Natan Levy.
You got a big mouth, though. He came in, he was like, oh, I'm not a hateful person. I was just trolling online. Like, okay, so you're not a neo-Nazi, but you're still a troll. One lesson in life, this one
I need to be
wasn't
more
that
well
painful.
researched, it's true.
This one wasn't that painful.
This one was not that painful.
The next one will be quite as painful.
Hey, I at least got you with the
You might wake up a little sore in the morning and hope to remind you that it's just a warning. Run like a bitch. Oh my god, I'm just thinking about that song right now, dude. Because holy fuck, bro. Dude, it really is just that song in a nutshell that I'm thinking of with this. It's like, you fucked around and found out. Now you're silent when I'm here in front of you. Won't be happy when you have a steel toe upon your face and all that shit. Oh my god, yeah, he didn't get the steel toe necessarily, but yeah, he got at least a figurative version of it.
If you...
He says, no. No, you didn't. Which he really didn't. Like...
Moments later.
There's a couple of guys up in street on Twitter about Jews. So we told them to come to Spar and they showed up and that's it fun.
Oh wait, there's a few others?
I wanted to come down here, see what's up.
Wait, there's a few, dude, oh my god, there's a few other little sad bitch-made little fucks. And why are you all butthurt about Jews? Like, what's up with you, you little weirdo?
That's kick, but that's fine.
Oh, dude, oh my god, this guy is gonna get destroyed. Oh my god, he's gonna be, like, made into a fucking pretzel.
I'm not defending Nick Fuentes, I'm defending my friend's honor.
I'm defending my friend's honor, for I must be the champion of our Lord, and our hero, Nick, who is the champion of us all. Oh my god, what was oh my god, this is I did not realize there was more of this. I only saw the main guy, Ben. I did not realize there was more of this. Oh my god, this is so fucking awesome.
Let's go, TJ.
Ooh. Oh my god! Oh my god! Dude, he literally, he barely got touched and he, like, fell on the ground. Oh, dude, he tripped on himself, like, oh my god, okay, no, we gotta rewind this. Oh my god, he tripped on himself. Dude, like, I shit you not, he tripped on himself. Dude, oh my god, dude, what the fuck, oh my god. Oh my god! He did better than the Ginger? Are you sure about that? He toppled over like the... Dude, he toppled over like a fucking, Tower of Jenga, dude. Like, I mean, oh my god.
What? Yeah. Keep working the body.
Dude, he literally is so fucking much of a klutz. He keeps falling over. Oh my god. Does he not know how to stand on his feet? Does he like trip on every little thing when he walks on his daily life? Like, oh my god. Holy shit. Ginger got annihilated. Nah, dude, this guy got fucking, like, just... Dude, he barely had to do anything and he got obliterated, dude.
I got fucked up.
I got fucked up, bro. Dude, oh my god, you barely got touched and you got yourself knocked over like 3 times. Like, dude, oh my... Dude, wait, the blood has to be censored? Oh, wait a minute, he actually started bleeding?
Check out of me. Yeah. Pretty good though. Oh, I fucking didn't see it coming like the fucking fifth punch. But that was pretty fun. So
that was pretty fun though, even though I got knocked over so easily.
Yeah. Good experience. Given this experience, do you think you gotta maybe reevaluate your friendship?
They all...
That's why I don't do unarmed fighting. Well, that's why they spar, to train. Or at least the UFC fighters do. These weird neo-Nazi dorks, don't do that. And that's why they got fucked up. They fucked around and found out. Like, honestly, this is why you have legit spar sessions. Like, you take a friend, that you at least know some stuff, and, you spar with them, because there's at least, baseline trust that you're not gonna fuck each other up. Like, I do this with my friends sometimes. Like, I'll have sparring sessions with them, and we never fuck each other up. Like, we might have a bruise here and there, but we never, like, have any actual serious injuries. But, so it's just like, it's just one of those things where it's like, when you train yourself enough, to kind of get proficient, at least to kind of get the techniques and stuff like that, when it comes to the real deal, you at least have, more knowledge or at least potentially more knowledge and experience than your opponent, and will be able to get the one up on you. Or, you can get the one up on them. So it's just like, I mean, like, it's just one of those things where it's like, as long as you got, like, a friend or, like, someone who at least, knows their shit, and, like, as long as you establish the limits and, go from there and stuff like that, it's not that bad. I mean, honestly, like, like, in legit spar sessions can actually be kind of fun, honestly. Like, I mean, that's why I do it with my friends sometimes, because, honestly, they can be kind of fun. I mean, like, we don't take it in any serious manner. We're just trying to, like, just basically kind of, like, do some practice fight. But, it's kind of like, if, like, two dogs are playing with each other, right? Like, there might be a little roughness going on, because they're basically kind of, roughhousing and playing around and stuff. But, like, it's not all in seriousness. It's all in jest. No one's actually seriously getting hurt. Might be a bruise here and there, but... I mean, there's nothing, like, anything that's going to be long-term at all outside of, like, a tiny little bruise. Shadow tree, for knife throwing? Well, I mean, around here there's a lot of trees. I'm sure there's probably, like, a little, like, forested area that you can go to that has, like, a nice little field with a pretty nice little tree in the center of it or something. I'm sure you could find something. Explore your area a little bit. Go walk around a little and, see if there's like a little local forested little spot or something like that. I'm sure you can find something.
Turn around. That's so funny. Dude, that gym is insane. They let anyone in to get their ass beat. Yeah, it's wild that these dudes are just like, yeah, I just put my fucking name and face out there defending a fucking Nazi, got my shit pushed in approximately 30 seconds. It's like, at least I have the decency to be like, I'm not a fighter, okay? You know what I mean? I don't understand why these guys have, like, hugboxed themselves into thinking that they are. I just don't ever understand this part, where people are just like, how do you develop this level of ego? How do you develop this lack of self-awareness, where you unironically are so self-unaware that you're, like, gonna fucking rep Nazis in public, in broad daylight, associate them with your fucking name, face, likeness, all that shit. Okay? And on top of that, you think you can, like, go toe-to-toe with, like, a real fighter. Even a fucking amateur fighter. Even, like, a fighter with a couple bouts. But still a professional one, not an amateur one. Like, what are you doing?
Chips with some people?
Maybe. Online friendships are online friendships.
I would enjoy it a lot. I like it.
Yeah, online friendships are just online friendships. They're definitely not, like, meaningful, like, real friendship. Oh my god, dude, what a cope. Dude, these weird little Nazis got some weird, funny ways to try to cope with this shit that, plays it off. And that's the side effects. Well, that's fine. I mean, no one says you have to be. I mean, it's just if you have the interest to. Here, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, buddy. I've been holding it for a minute. Right back, and then we'll keep going with this. Hey, little buddy. Little baby boy. Little baby boy. Mastercraft. Little goof. When I did that, you little booby. Alright, little smooth. Oh, wait, no. Let me get this closed. There we go. Madaboom, madaboom. Madaboom, madaboom. This friendship only feels one-sided to me online. I mean, I feel like, I mean, not like, you know, derail too much, but I kind of feel like this kind of same way, you know, for a lot of people. Because I kind of feel like it's the same thing for me too, a little bit. I mean, which I feel like if that's the case, and I suppose there is a sense of reassurance. Not that I'm saying that's like with you or anything specifically, but with like other online friends, you know, in a sense. Because, you know, I got other online friends outside of just like, you know, you obviously. But so it's just like, you know, I mean, I could definitely kind of like feel that to an extent where it's just like, you know, where, I mean, I think a lot of it's just more or less just maybe my own sense, like when it comes to things like social anxiety and, you know, the tendency to, you know, catastrophize, you know, like things in my head and shit like that. I mean, you know, so, which, at least, you know, like for Paul's ego, for example, I mean, he's someone who struggles with stuff like that and has talked about it. At least in a lot of ways why I like, you know, him a lot, because I relate to him, especially when it comes to these type of things. Outside of you, I talked to maybe like 2 people. I mean, the thing is, like, I mean, that's very sad. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's not really. I mean, and honestly, I find it, like, skeptical that you only talk to just 2 people, because I mean, off and on you talked about like how you'll like talk to, you know, a couple other people every now and then and shit like that. And the thing is, that's fine. I mean, it's like, as long as there's at least some sociability going on, I mean, that's good. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, as long as we're, you know, being social creatures, I mean, I'd argue that's, you know, a good thing. Even if it's just like with a couple of people. I mean, the thing is, like, this idea that you need to have, like, some gigantic fucking, like, social circle or some shit, you know, that's not necessarily true. You don't have to have that. Like, I don't. Like, I got a kind of a tight, neat little, like, you know, real-life friendships and stuff like that. And then I also got, you know, my, you know, regular friendships and shit, you know, when it comes to, like, outside of that, I left like coworkers and, you know, like maybe acquaintances that I might know. That's, you know, like just in town and shit, or maybe, you know, at the bars I go to, or like at different shows that, you know, I might visit and stuff. You know, like when it comes to like concerts and shit, like, you know, there's like, you know, like there's kind of different levels of like, you know, like sociability, so to speak, and, you know, like when it comes to the ones that are outside of like kind of my more tighter knit groups and shit, you know, I certainly don't really take as much of a strong investment into. I mean, because, you know, I don't really necessarily need to as much. Not like, you know, it's like meant to be like a disregard of those people. Obviously, I, you know, still to a degree care and consider them and like them and all this other shit. But like, you know, at the end of the day, like, I mean, when it comes to like my core group, I know what that is. And that includes online and in real life too. You have a better life between us. Sure, I don't have to worry about the trails for that kind of stuff. I mean, well, hence why, you know, I tend to be an advocate for making, you know, things better for everybody, including you. That's why I advocate what I do.
Don't talk shit about Jews, baby.
Oh, was that the whole video? Oh, let's come back open to see if there's like, you know, more, but that was it. Ah, fuck. Alright, fine. Fine. There we go. sound like they were like, they implied in like the you know, like, you know, in the video that there's like more than one, you know, like that was gonna get, you know, fucked on a little bit. I was hoping there would be, but I guess not. It's so loud, dude. Still thinking about this will affect me at all. So it's not work. Well, I mean, you might think that, but they do though. Like, I mean, when it comes to labor and union stuff, that, you know, it's a right society raises all ships, including those who aren't necessarily directly affected. I mean, that includes people that aren't necessarily, you know, workers, you know, themselves either. Scotch shower. That's all good. A few friends, well, they're less mere pawns in our ambition. Of the ashes of their bad corpses, we shall spin the glass that will build our bridge to glory. Yes. 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 If the pest switches around my parents, and that will never happen. Well, we could certainly force it in certain ways, but we'd have to, like, rabble-rouse some people, you know, to do that. If anything, they're wrong, the pest should just sort of take it away. At least at this current stage. I mean, if there's anything about, like, you know, certain, like, rhythm patterns of, you know, history, you know, of the past, is that, like, you know, things like the Gilded Age, or, like, of, you know, various different, you know, things like that. I mean, or, like, you know, the Civil Rights Movement, etc. I mean, there's always going to be a fulcrum point where people are just like, you know what, fuck it. Especially when it comes to the youth. Like, I mean, when it comes to, like, you know, people our age and younger, we're certainly, like, a force to not be fucked with. Because, I mean, there's going to be a certain point where, I mean, collectively, maybe not necessarily individually, but at least collectively as a demographic, you know, like, it's going to come to a point where we're like, fuck it. We're already kind of there, but we're not, like, there. You know what I mean? And I feel like once it gets to that point, that's going to be a kind of a true rude awakening. Not for any of us, but for the owner class. And they got some options, but if they're going to act like, you know, some of the studio executives, like if, you know, WGA and SAG-AFTRA, for example, and just be like, you know, and just, like, hold it out as long as possible, then, hey, we could do the same thing, too. And honestly, there's plenty of people that actually support, you know, the broader cause anyway. As liberal or, you know, I mean, you know, as they may be. Like, I mean, it's like, overall, like, I mean, because, I mean, think about it. Like, there, you know, like, you know, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, for example, he donated kind of a, I don't think it ever got, like, publicly, you know, known, but he basically donated, like, triple-digit numbers, damn near $1 million, that's much for sure, to the SAG-AFTRA WGA union strikes funds. And like, for someone who has a lot of fucking money, you know, and for someone who's a pretty rich, you know, like, actor, you know, and very recognized, like, to recognize, you know, his, you know, like, lesser known actors and his fellow, you know, workers in that sense, despite being kind of like the more exceptional, popular one. Like, I mean, he still standing up for him. And, you know, and granted, you know, as liberal or centrist as his politics may be and shit, at least, you know, like, he kind of, you know, at least in this sense, is on the right side of things. I mean, I don't know if he's necessarily on a straight line with them, but, you know, I wouldn't necessarily be too surprised if, you know, he at least, you know, stopped by on one of them or something. I mean, to be frank, I kind of doubt it, but or else we would have heard about it. But he did donate a fuckload of money for them. And with that, means that their strike, you know, could go on for way longer, for at least like another couple months. So, at the end of the day, it's just like, I mean, a lot of it, really, is just like the war of attrition. And frankly, the business executives and shit like that, we know what they really give a fuck about. It's basically their maximization of profit, and the maximization of their bonuses for every quarterly, fucking fiscal year and shit. All these other fucking variables. What maximizes their fucking profit. And eventually this is going to hurt it too much to the point that they will fucking bend the knee. They might not necessarily, concede to, like, every single thing that they want. But, I mean, fundamentally, that they are certainly, going to, reap the repercussions for it. Especially from the common people once, a lot of these movies just are not going to, be made and be pushed. Because if not, people are going to get fucking ornery, and when they're getting fucked over when it comes to their income and their work and all this other shit, and, recognize, a lot of these strikers, going on right now, like, it's going to create, a lot of a pretty positive energy for everybody. And I feel like, honestly, in a sense, like, I mean, it's a hunch. I'm not going to say it's a prediction, but it's kind of a hunch. But I feel like, the idea of a general strike might, like, I feel like the WJ and SAG-AFTRA might be like the, like, kind of the early steps to maybe, like, starting something like that. Jesus Christ. You had a full, I just refilled your, like, goddamn food bowl. He had water and it. Oh my god, he just assassinated everything over there. So more water, so more food, even though he had a full bowl of water, and I just refilled his food when I came back from taking a piss. All of it is gone. Oh my god. Little fucking. He just, like, had a buffet over there. Holy shit. We've had food for days or weeks. I mean, the thing is, like, if you partook of the, strikers and shit, they have food and things like that there. Like, the reason why a strike fund exists is not just so that, like, like, people can just have, like, some basic pay while, they're on strike, but also so there's some basic things like food, water, and stuff like that, that are available. Like, I mean, what, you're gonna sit there on strike for hours on end, on a day and not have something to eat? I mean, it's like, I mean, there's like that. There's definitely gonna be some stuff like that going on. I mean, at a lot of different strike lines, it's not really uncommon, like to see like a little barbecue set up. I mean, depending on for how long they go, like, I mean, like sometimes, people, like, legit, grab their little barbecue thing, from their house and set it up outside and, cook a bunch of burgers and brats and stuff like that for people and just have, like, a little, baby barbecue, basically. I mean, maybe not necessarily for everybody, but maybe not everyone wants any, so, it's what, that people can get or what people can afford to give out and stuff like that. But that's the part of the reason why strike fund's there, because they can help supplement that. Also, the amount of perfectly good food companies for us is insane. Yeah, that too. Dude, I remember the time, I've told the story before, but, like, when that big-ass winter storm happened here in the Pacific Northwest a couple years ago, like, back in, I think, what was it, like, 2021? Yeah, I think so. Like, I think it was 2021. Like, basically, like, I mean, like, there was a bunch of power outages, and that caused, a lot of different stores, to lose power and shit, mostly, in Fred Meyer, and specifically this Fred Meyer in the Hollywood district in Portland. And they distressed a bunch of the food out in this gigantic dumpster bin that was outside, like outside of their parking lot, that was totally empty, and just had a shitload of food that was perishable, but still good. And because it was like, fucking 30 fucking degrees outside and shit, I mean, it's so cold that none of the food is going bad because it's basically in those, like, refrigerated temperatures, basically, right? Like, so, I mean, it's like, 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 it's, you know, it's something that isn't, you know, going to go bad. It's still perfectly good. And also because it's distressed and now out there, like, you know, they can't necessarily say, hey, you're stealing from us, because that's already written off. And they basically tried to send the police, and there was actually literally like a little protest that happened because of it. Like, the cops showed up to, you know, drive people away, and a bunch of people got pissed off, and, you know, because they were trying to grab groceries, and they're like, you know what, fuck it, we'll just go in here, because there's a bunch of shit that we want, and it's all in here, and most of it's still good, so we'll just pick out what's still good. And so, like, the cops literally tried to drive them off, and that spread very fucking quickly throughout the neighborhood and the local area, and caused, like, a literal protest where you know, like, where chief police had to come in and, like, do some dumbass little fucking speech, and it literally made things worse, and made people even more mad. Like, and the reason, because they were basically trying to state one of the reasons why is because, quote unquote, all the people that were doing that were trespassing. They couldn't get them for stealing anything because they knew goddamn well that would never hold up, because it was already distressed. It's no longer under the company's, like, you know, fucking, like, profit book or whatever the fuck. You know, they are written it off. So they try to get them for trespassing and shit, and loitering and all that stuff, and basically being a public nuisance. And it's like, bitch, the store's closed because there's no power. People want groceries. What the fuck do you think, you know, people are going to do? And I mean, because, yeah, there were certainly some, you know, because, I mean, the idea was, oh, because there were some homeless people there. Because, yeah, there were. You know, a few of them, you know, saw that and went, oh, yeah, let me spread the word around, you know, because, like, there's a shitload of food here. It's so cold, that's still going to be good. Like, you know, so, yeah, like, there was definitely some around, but, like, most of the people there weren't homeless people. Like, a lot of them were just, you know, people in the community that just wanted some food, and because the store was closed, because there was power out, you know, and everything, you know, dotted throughout the city and shit, like, it ended up being a whole big fucking deal that, at least, you know, ended up being local news, you know, for a while around here, because, like, I think at least regionally, I don't know if it ever made national news, but, like, it was something that, like, ended up being such, like, a big fuck up, especially not just on Fred Meyer's part, because of how fucking stupid they were to call them in the first place. And then the cops were even, you know, addressing it, you know, instead of, like, thinking of their fucking, like, 2 barely functioning neurons that they have in the brain, being like, oh, you know, people, you know, going to a place where it's so cold, you know, that it's still good, and, you know, a store that, you know, threw it all away because the power's out. Oh, it's like, I could put 2 together and realize nothing wrong here. In fact, here, let's, you know, figure out a way to get it all out here, and maybe set up some display tables or something. I don't fucking know. Like, be a fucking servant to the community, bitch. But no, they had to literally be the antithesis and antagonize everybody. And this is also while other people had power outages and shit. So it's just like, I mean, a lot of the reason why they were trying to grab that type of stuff, because, like, I mean, basically, they just wanted to, you know, really just, like, have some stuff that, you know, can at least, you know, be eaten cold and stuff that was just perishable. Like, because there was a lot of things like fruits, produce, you know, like frozen items and stuff like that, you know, like ice cream and shit like that, like just random things that, you know, like obviously in the store would have definitely gone bad. But because it was outside in like the 30 to 35 degree weather and shit, you know, like refrigerator temperatures pretty much, like it was still good. You know, like it would have been fine. In fact, a lot of it would have been frozen. Does Sir Capitalist say don't care? Exactly. And also notice the whole root of the entire thing about, you know, who the cops are serving more. Capital. Even if it was written off already. Because they were trespassing on the property of the capital producer, the grocery store, Fred Meyer. That's why. They didn't give a fuck the fact that it was already written off, and, you know, it's like going to be insured and, you know, like given back to them and all that shit. They were going to make that profit anyway. The government was going to pay for it. We all actually are going to pay for it via those taxes and stuff. So the same people that they antagonized for trying to grab some of the food that we fundamentally, you know, paid a company for, you know, throwing away and shit. It's like, oh yeah, the very little that we decide to take back, Oh no. That's why I don't give a fuck when I see these like organized loots and stuff of like Nordstrom's or Walmart's and shit like that, because like the amount of waste that comes from these companies just from that general system that we take for granted alone is fucking maddening, especially when it comes to food. That is like that in itself is fucking maddening to me. Like, I'm honestly in some ways, you know, gotten desensitized to the amount of shit that I throw away at night, and I really shouldn't, because I mean, you know, like, some nights we do throw away a decent amount. Luckily tonight we didn't throw away a lot. We, you know, it was a pretty busy day, and honestly, and like, you know, we didn't have too much, you know, left over, so that was at least good. You know, so one of these nights, you know, like tonight was one of the nights where I didn't feel so shitty, you know, about all that. But like, man, some nights when it comes to that little distress box, you know, whatever the fuck, that motherfucker's like teetering up, you know, like to the brim some days. And it's just like, not all the time, but sometimes. And it's like, man, imagine like if we had like, you know, some sort of ability to just like, just donate that or something. Like, I mean, because holy fuck. I mean, it's like the amount of food that could legitimately be saved, or at least like reheated, or all that stuff that we don't save because fucking whatever bullshit, it's just insane to me. Like, there's honestly plenty of things that could easily be reheated, like corn dogs or pizza sticks, stuff like that, because I've done it plenty of times. Well, you know, it's like we don't save any of that shit, even though we easily could, and because sometimes there will literally be like a dozen of those fucking things, because for, you know, for whatever reason they don't get sold throughout the day, and you know, for all intents and purposes they're still good at the end of the night when we close up, but we don't save them. So guess what? That's what happens. It's like, I mean, and like, and for no reason, it's like they get tossed, and it's like, I mean, what the fuck? I mean, it's like if one of them is all like burnt to a crisp or some shit, I can kind of get that, but I mean, like, most of them aren't. It needs to be reheated. Though I will admit, I will honestly like take a few of them, to be honest, because like sometimes they'll be, you know, decent enough where I'm like, you know what, fuck it, I'll take them. Because like, you know, like, I mean, because if it's already written off, you know, because like I said, you know, so with the whole like, you know, Fred Meyer Hollywood District, you know, fiasco that I was just referring to earlier. It's just like, if it's already written off from the company, it's already like, you know, something that they don't need to consider anymore. It's like, it's already reinsured. So it's like the only reason why they want to make a hoopla is because like, oh, you do have the audacity to do so for samples at work, or oh, you're just loitering and trespassing on our parking lot or some shit, or whatever the fuck. They're gonna have some excuse to fucking, you know, deter you away, even though if you really take it to the brass tacks, they can't fucking do shit. So they're gonna make up some other excuse for it. Can I help you? Can I honestly help you, sir? You little snoop? Boop. What's up, you little snooper? What? You little goof. Wanna be on my lap? Discord. Alright, I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. Sukup, I wasn't yelling at you. Here, hold on, I'm gonna give him a treat real quick. Yeah. Give me a second more. Hold on. I'm gonna get you on my lap. That's he thought the lighter was the treat. Oops. Oh my god. You fuck. Oh my god. Alright. Well, learn to chew, bro. You good? You good? Boo 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 boo. Little goof. Oh my god, look at him. Is that the best save his life? Is that a hedgehog? It's a little hedgehog! Aww. Just hanging out in a little melon. In a little watermelon. Discord kitty. Get a kitty. In a closed basket. Kitty. Oh, look at this kitty. Look at this kitty. Look at that kitty just being a kitty. Oh. And this doggo. Being a doggo. A ridiculous doggo indeed. Ridiculous doggo, a ridiculous puppo. Who's a big old chunk? Who's a big old chunk? Who's a chunk? Who's a chunk? Who's a chunk? You just chunk. You just a chunk. Who's just a chunk? It's called get fat. Well, yeah, he just obliterated the entire food bowl that I refilled when I came back from my piss earlier, like 30 minutes ago, so he's a little savage. I kind of want him to get a little fat, though, because he'd be a skinny boy. Oh my god, look at these legs. I'm doing this, and he just stretches these fuckers out, dude. Oh my god, you goof. You're silly. What in the fuck is going on over there? Oh, he's digging for things. Look at that little leg. Oh my god. Look at that. Look at that little stretch. Look at that leg stretch. Oof. I like how you didn't care about any of that. I like how I just bounce a booty and you don't care. You don't give a shit. You don't care about any of the antics that I do upon you. Oh, you just like smacked my cheek with his face. Oh, that actually hurt, asshole. Well, actually, I'm the asshole, so that was actually justifiable. But you're still an asshole, though. Ow. Ugh. Juju not do the dick stomp. The ignore dick stomp. Ignore dick stomp. Blip blip. Are you bored with my antics? Are you bored with thy antics, sir? You sound like a pig, bro. You little snorty little thing. You snort. You snoot, you snort. And you bork. Little snort. Oh my god, this dog's a goof. No. Ha, you didn't headbutt me that time. Oh. What the hell? Oh. I don't know what you're trying to do. Is there hey, can I help you? Okay. Well, did you just use my hat as leverage? It's like, hold on, I gotta like, choose real quick. Oh. Well. You're so goofy. Oh, you just a goof. You just a goof. Yes, 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 you're just a goof. Yes, yes, yes. Oh my fucking good lord. This big ball, dude. Oh, oh my god. He's so cute. He's so ridiculous. What are you doing? Ugh. 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 Do you not know the concept of balance? Oh my god, no you don't! Ugh. 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 Can you balance yourself right here? It's not that hard. Hey.
Have a cat teach it.
Well, he wasn't taught long enough by Bandito. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, hold on. I think we got it. We got it, boys. We did it. We bounced him. Hey, quit moving your... Hey, I see what you're doing here. Don't do that. You're in bounce mode. No! Stop it. No! You were in balance mode. You got failed, grasshopper. Oh. Ugh. Oh my god, you're a big fucking boof. Look at you, big ball malarkey. You are a big ball malarkey. Holes. What's going on with this? What's with all this? What? Can I help you with all this here? There you go. I don't think we need that foot all protruding. Yeah? Yeah, what? Hold on. Zuzu's not do the salute? No. I mean, I don't know. He just had his, like... I think it was just kind of like a zombie, like, thing. Because he just had his leg all stretched out. Like, I mean, because if it was, it would be this foot, not this one. Oh, look at these little ears. Oh, my lord. Hold on. Gotta look at it from the backside, dude. It's ridiculous. You sweet little boy, look at that. So goofy. Ooh. I didn't even do anything yet. Dude, you were so aware of that. Oh my god. Yeah, because you can hear everything when your ears are flipped over, huh? Yeah, you can hear way more than you realize, huh? Dude, he just, I didn't even do anything yet, and he was just like, wait a minute. Oh, you're just so cute. He's just a cute little boy. Mwah. Just a sweet little thing. It's related to Count Dankula's pug. Does this dog look like a pug? Poor Bug being trained to be a Nazi dog goes for treats. I mean, that is kind of shitty. And the ears all fit back to normal. Oh. I'm gonna squeeze you until you popped. Elder, when you learned it. How old were you when you learned about murder skulls? Like when an adult told you, hey, if you're in trouble or something. 6? Yeah, honestly, for me, it was probably like about 6 to 7 years old. Yeah, at least for me, probably about around there. Because every now and then when I come home from school, like, at least around that time, I mean, every now and then, sometimes my parents wouldn't be home. Because, you know, elementary school's, like, not, like, it was literally, like, walking distance. So, it's, you know, and at a certain point, I just ride my bike, you know, to school, you know, because of how close it was. So, it wouldn't, you know, be that big of a deal. So, sometimes, every now and then, you know, my parents wouldn't be home. Or my mom would just pick me up, you know, and then drop me off at home while she was at work or something like that. So, but at least at that point I knew how to, like, you know, feed myself. Like, I knew how to make, like, little microwavable burritos or, like, you know, make a basic little thing of ramen or something. So it's not like I was just, like, by myself, just fucked or something, you know what I mean? I was just, like, you know, like, my parents at least, you know, made sure I knew at least a little something, make sure I can take care of myself a little bit. Got lost soccer too and never called sis because I was told next time I call them they arrest me, throw me. Oh my god. At 6 years old? Oh my fucking god, dude. What the fuck? They're scared straight and then there's like fucking like traumatizing a kid, dude. Like, oh my god. I want to give Zukov to you so you can hug him and cuddle with him like I am right now because... yeah, that's actually traumatizingly terrible. That's horrible. Like, holy fuck, dude. Are you just knocked out? Like, oh my god, he is. He's just knocked out over here. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh. Just a sweet little boy. Just a sweet boy. Oh. Just a little teddy bear. Who's just a little teddy bear? Yes. Wait, wait, what the fuck? Oh, wait, what the hell? This is this is one of his back feet. What the fuck? What type of contortion are you in, dude? Like, what the Scaring kids straight would be something like, hey, if you ring call us again, we'll make sure the monster under your bed gets you. Not that we're gonna throw you a 6-year-old with a Jared Fogle. I know, dude, like, what the fuck? That's horrible. I mean, even then, you could be like, hey, you know, we could tell you how the process goes. I mean, you would have to be arrested, and you'll have to be behind our vehicle, and then you'll be at the police station, and then we'll have to talk to you about, you know, what's going on there, and blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, well, even then, I feel like that's pushing a limit, but yeah, like, honestly, I'd argue that, like, yeah, like, the monster under the bed is gonna get you. Like, talk to the parents who are like, hey, does he have, like, a monster under the bed that he, you know, is scared about or something? You know, we'll scare him a little bit. Yeah, but we'll not make it that serious, remember? You know, like, I mean, it's like, I mean, because, like, a literal 6-year-old, dude. If it's like a 13-year-old, that's one thing. But, like, a 6-year-old, I mean, bruh. I mean, even a 13-year-old, that's still, you know, in the same ballpark anyway. But, I mean, it makes more sense to, like, you know, scare him straight by sending him to the police station. Not necessarily the jail, but, like, the police station and be like, you know, send him into a little office room and be like, now, this is why you don't do this and blah, blah, blah. And then they, you know, have their parents pick them up or something. Like, for someone who's like a teenager, I can get that. You know, but for like a 6-year-old, that would be pushing the limit. You know, like, I mean, because goddamn, dude. Scare straight even work? I don't even think it does. At least, certainly not in the concept that, you know, we think of it as. Like, because, at least in my opinion, like, the idea that you're thinking of, like, I think that is, like, you know, more the idea that I think, you know, is acceptable in my mind. Like, if you're looking at a kid, you know, it's like, oh, well, the monster under your bed, or we'll make sure that, like, the oogly boogly scaries outside, you know, might get you, you know, again, you know, if that happens, blah, blah, blah. You know, like, I mean, you know, it's like kind of playing on to, like, you know, like some sort of, you know, like childhood-based type of thing. But doing, like, some straight fucking, like, you know, traumatizing, like, induced hellfire, like, you know, shit, it's just insane. don't need to see horror criminals. I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, that shit is ridiculous. Like, I don't think that helps anything. I mean, just honestly, the whole concept of the term is just, like, not good. I mean, it should just be considered, like, like, punishable, like, when it comes to those situations, for, a kid like that, but it shouldn't be, like, anything like this. It should be like, hey, here's why you don't do this, because when you're an adult, or, like an older juvenile, like, the consequences could potentially be far more severe, and blah, blah, blah. Now we're going to have your parents come pick you up, and I'm sure they're going to give you the more just punishment, and the real punishment and stuff like that. Like, I mean, that's really what, like, at most it should ever fucking be. I mean, it shouldn't be like this whole, like, go beyond scared straight shit and, like, induce a little trauma to kids. It's like, fuck, bro. Like, what the hell? It's like, what are we trying to do? Like, make them fucking, like, hardened soldiers or some shit? You little lazy bones. You lazy bones. He's adjusting. He's like, hey, no, right here. Yeah. She's just like, whoa. Cat keeps knocking the switch out of her hand. Anything coworkers of that dispatcher reacted. Bill, I know we like to mess around with people with prank calls, but you realize that you're talking to a toddler, right? I mean, no shit. And you know what? Like, they probably high fives. Yeah, you want to know what dude's like? Wait, there's a 6-year-old that called us? Cool. Alright, we're gonna get the tactical flashbang. Because whenever we hear about a toddler, calling us, or, toddlers in the vicinity of a situation that we are called upon, we must get a tactical flashbang to drop a tactical flashbang upon this toddler. Can we get a 10-4 hooah? Alright, you little malarkey butt. Oh my god. Quit squirming. A little ball of squirminess. Bro. Hey, what's up? What's up, Drew? Who's this, a sweet boy? Who's this, little boy? 6-year-old? Flashbang, smoke grenade, and pepper spray. Wait, is it black? Okay, so only use taser guns then. We'll only use tasers. Maybe some tear gas, but definitely tasers. Oh my god, this fucking big booty. Big fluffy booty boy. Look at you. My goodness. Big goofball. You big fluffy goof. Look at you. Me. What are you doing? What are you doing? He's bored of my antics. He's like, I am not amused. I guess I could really show that, like, no matter how much I, like, you know, give me the boops and the bops, he don't give a shit. Well, you're a ragdoll, you know that? He's so goofy. Look at that. Oh my goodness. He's just a sweet boy. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Oh my goodness. What a sweet boy. Oh my goodness. Here's this little chunk. Look at that. Look at that right there. It's so cute. So they have fallen a bit of a YouTube rabbit hole. This time it's Halloween treat ideas. Stick some black licorice in the center of Oreos with candy eyes to make a spider. Candy eyes? Black licorice? Center of Oreos? How in the fuck does that make... How does that make a spider? Fortunately, while some things look easy, execution is another matter. Yeah. Yeah, it's like the cream center, guess all black. Right, hold on. Alright, I gotta see what we're working with here. Alright, a little bit of pop. There you go. Stretchy legs, sir. Oh my goodness, stretchy legs. Leg stretch. Hey, whoa, watch the beard. Don't be doing alcohol abuse. I saw that. The fuck, bro? The fuck? Don't be doing that. That's not cool. I don't do that, you. Well, Frankie, don't. I mean, honestly, yeah. I mean, I don't do that with you. I don't do that for your food or water bowl. So what the fuck? Don't be doing that to me. Yeah, next time I'm gonna fucking spill your fucking water in your fucking food bowl. How about that? To get this weird, like, frothy grossness or something. Oh, you know what? That dog ain't gonna give a shit. I'm not kidding. See? Right. So are these, Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Honestly, the way you were describing it initially, I was a little confused. These are better? Oh, those are way better. These at least look cool. They're actually kind of cute. Hold on, this one looks like a derp. It's like, derp. I'm a derp spider. and all these other ones look like they've seen some shit. And then they got the derp, and then you have the ones that see shit, dude. It's like, I've seen some shit, man. I've seen some shit, man. My bad. Oh, no, you're fine. Honestly, it was just the way my brain was thinking about it. It's like, because honestly, you know, like, my brain was thinking, like, you know, sticks of black licorice in the center of an Oreo. I was honestly thinking, like, you know, that big stick of licorice, you know, where all the individual little, like, twines are connected. I wasn't thinking about them being broken apart and made into legs. I honestly, like, I don't know why my brain wasn't processing that. But I was thinking about, like, you know, this, like, licorice sticks that you can, you know, break apart and you can make those little, like, strings and shit. Like, I mean, I was thinking that. I didn't think that, oh yeah, rip the strings off, you make the legs, and then you have, like, little eyes on top of the Oreo, but, you know, with the oh my god, I feel like, okay, whatever. I'm just gonna blame that with it being late at night. But sure, I think it's a lesson of looking ECs, not being easy. Yeah, okay, well, here, yeah, I was about to click that. I was just doing that. I'm not subscribed to this person, so I don't know if I've seen this one before.
Halloween treats, they messed up so bad it's scary. Strawberries sure do look like fun little ghosts. That's what you made?
Okay, what the fuck happened, dude? Okay, whoever made these just obviously is not really good at making, you know, like, creative crafts, you know, when it comes to food.
That's terrifying! These vampire teeth are gonna turn out great!
That looks like orc teeth, dude. The teeth of, like, some troglodytic orc, bro. Like, what the fuck? I mean, oh my god, oh my god.
Okay, this one looks really simple. What do we got? What did you do?
So, I'm assuming it was meant to be like a popsicle of a ghost, and these look like a bunch of, like, ghosts, I guess, but yeah, they all look like they melted and blended together. Ooh. They all blend together, like, they're all, like, you know, like, the ghost centipede, the ghostipede. Like, instead of a human centipede, they're, you know, a ghostipede, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Number one. Kinda. Find whoever did this and put them in prison. It's a cute little mummy. You just take a hot dog and you wrap some bread around it. Did you just give up?
What the fuck? Yeah, honestly, what happened here, dude? Oops. I mean, what the like, I mean, seriously, what happened there? Okay, that, it deserves that. Hey. Okay, there we go. Like, I mean, how, okay. I can understand, like, you know, maybe the bread maybe not turning out 100% the way you were intending to. But what the fuck is that, dude? What the fuck is that? That literally looks like dried up dog shit that sat in the sun for like a month. You know how, like, you know, dog shit, if it sits out in the sun all, you know, for like months on end, it's all white and like powdery almost. It looks like that on a hot dog. Like, I mean, dude, what the fuck? How, like, that's supposed to be like, how do you do that? Like, I'm honestly kind of impressed of how they fucked it up, more so than the cringe of them fucking it up. I'm actually impressed of how they fucked it up. I mean, like, what happened for this to be, like, what happened? Like, what happened for this to be? Like, I mean, what the fuck? Oh my god. I mean, oh my god, dude. It looks like soggy toilet paper that accidentally, like, you know, roll of toilet paper that fell in the fucking toilet. It looks like soggy ass toilet paper that fell in the toilet, bro. It looks like, you know, I mean, it looks like mulchy ass, like, fucking paper that's all soggy that decided to be clumped on a hot dog. Like, what the fuck? Like, this looks anything else but bread. I mean, like, how did they fuck that up? This is the peak right here. This is the peak of, like, worst, dude. Like, you know, I mean, the worst even for bratwurst. I mean, oh my god.
What's happening here? This one looks complicated. Like, you have to take the egg and then...
It looks like fungus. Yeah, like fungus, dude, for real.
This does not look like this.
Well, I couldn't really see that one, so whatever.
Looks like you're...
What the fuck? So we have, like, the Purple Hulk from that schlocky movie, you know, that was meant to look like the skeleton guy. Oh my god.
Didn't really turn out like a skeleton. Frankenstein monsters just kind of look like Minecraft characters.
They kind of do. Like, honestly, these ones are the least of the worst. I mean, honestly, like, this one's okay. Like, I mean, if they were meant to be Frankenstein, it was poorly executed, but they could pull it off as something else. Like, yeah, they're little Minecraft goblins or something. There you go. I mean, one of them is a little sad, and the other one is just, I'm bored. You know, I don't know. Like, I mean, this one you could pull off as something else. This one ain't that bad.
Less of a ghost and more of a blob. We can see the exact moment that they gave up. So much for the spider.
Skeleton's been in the gym. Dude, and he was not skipping leg day at all, brother. He was not skipping some leg day. Oh my god, what happened? What happened to my caramel apple spider bro? Oh my god, dude, his eyes are so lopsided. Oh my god, it looked like he got his eye cut off. Oh my god, oh no, poor Spider-Man, no! Oh my god. I mean, you know what, honestly, considering that everything else about it does actually look okay, I'm wondering if that's intentional. To be like a zombified, fucked up, gored Spider-Man, you know, like with an eye hanging out or something. I can actually kind of see this as being a pass, but oh my god, if it's not, I feel so bad for Spider-Man. Oh no! Oh no! He got his eye picked out and fucking blood everywhere, dude. Holy shit. Oh no. Marvel Zombies, Spider-Man apples. Yeah, dude, for real.
Treat. I'll look for more.
He sounded very enthusiastic about that. I was like, follow for more, because you know there's going to be more. I'm not enthusiastic about that. I kind of like his energy a little bit. I'm going to give a sub so I can maybe, you know, have his shorts, you know, pop up more often. Dude, you had a Sukov, are you really, like, assaulting your food bowl? Are you really that hungry, dude? Dude, it's like the 4th time I'm going to fill that food bowl up. I mean, I'm not kidding. I did it this morning, and he ate all that. And I, you know, did it on my lunch. He ate, you know, he ate that. Well, most of it. And then ate the rest of it when I started this. Filled it up again earlier, like an hour and a half ago. And now he's like, more Super Sci-Fry. I want my Super Sci-Fry. I did not get Super Sci-Fry. This like what Sukov is doing to me right now. It's like, Jesus Christ. You little butt. How are you so hungry? Look at you. You fucking freak. Ugh, there we go. There you go. Oh my lord. What the fuck? Now you're just staring at it, and now you're walking. Oh my! What? Fuck you then. Are you serious? Are you fucking kidding? Whatever. You were assaulted the food bowl, so that's what I assumed you wanted. And now you're just like, ugh. Man, you're acting like a... Man, he's acting like a child right now. I guess you're not totally out of your teenage phase yet, are you? Little freak. This has to be Gus. Literally, all I had to do is just mold and put them on sticks. I mean, no shit. I mean, it really ain't that hard. We need to get those abominations out of our heads, so here's a quick video of some good Halloween treats. Food mute. Sound isn't really necessary here. You know what? This is a bop, bro. Yo, it's like, yeah, mute this. Yeah, I don't want you to listen to this fucking banger of a bop, bro. So, yeah, you mute it, bro. It's like, nah. You know, I will not silence this bop, sir. I mean, that bass be a your funeral. What do you mean my funeral? Is it copyrighted? Well, actually, if anything, the YouTube video specifically might, but there's nothing about a song that is copyrighted. So the song's fine. It's, if anything, the video might. Hold on, we'll just actually kind of, you know, just because of the, hold on, wait. So we, you know, we saw that one. So let's see the end result of, yeah, so this Frankenstein. Yeah, we got a happy one, a sad one, and some that have some blank faces that are just bored. There's no place in you, is there? Where's the angry one? Wait, hold on. Let this thing. Well, I mean, I guess it's not really angry. I was looking at that one. I guess kind of more dazed and confused. I don't know. Oh, is that... Oh, that's a good spider one. That's actually pretty good. I like that one. I likes it. Wait, what about this? Hey, a Cyclops mummy ghost on a fork? Oh. Still got those horror drink recipes I sent you. They're definitely in the Discord chat somewhere in the back for sure. Like, I can easily find them. I'm not gonna lie, that is actually kind of a nice thick bass. Wait, what's this? Is it meant to be like zombie fingers? Or goblin fingers? I think so, yeah. Goblin fingers? Huh. One of those PB cookie sandwiches dipped in white chocolate. Maybe? I don't remember. Ooh, a brain cupcake? Cupcake brain. This fucking dog, dude. Let's go with this. Wait, what was that last one? Yeah, here we go. Oh! It's kind of a cute little mutant critter or some sort. I mean, those actually all look pretty good. Now watch a bunch of random, like, white, you know, wino moms, you know, from suburbia, you know, that usually take, you know, their, you know, son Aiden to the soccer games. Like, you know, watch her, like, you know, in every iteration of her that exists in America, butcher those and make them look horrible. Like, every suburbanite wino wine mom wannabe fucking Martha Stewart out there is gonna be like, oh my god, I could easily do that. And then we'll fucking do it, and then it'll like it'll look like the most horrible looking thing ever, dude. Just like the ones that we saw from earlier. Like, oh my god, dude. And you know it to be true. Are you gonna start assaulting the door now? Can I help you? I see that tail wagging. You are, like, if that's the case and you're staring at me like that, you got some mischief you're into. I don't know how I feel about that. Man, I'd be all over him if I were a kid. Who am I kidding? I'd eat a bowl full of those bad Oreos right now. Oh, dude, for real. Honestly, like, I feel like I would eat at least every single one of them once. But dude, those bat Oreos, oh dude, I'm gonna obliterate an entire fucking plate of that shit, dude. No doubt. I mean, no doubt about it, bro. I totally would. I just know me. I might not look like it, but I mean, I just got the spirit of a fat ass. Okay, like I mean, when I see some shit like that, I will engorge myself. Okay, like I mean, I'm gonna see some, you know, like. I just know myself. Like I said, the only reason why I'm not like legitimately like a fat fuck is like because I have high metabolism. Like, I mean, I love like, you know, those scrumptious, like nice, good caloric meals stuff, like fat burritos, like me, you know, good old donut or two every now and then, some sweets. I mean, I like shit like that, and you know, so honestly, the main reason why is because you know, like you would think it would be kind of a chonk at least a little bit. The only reason it ain't is because of my metabolism. That's the only reason why, and I really honestly wish it wasn't the case. At least not as much. I mean, if I could, you know, like pull back my metabolism by like, I don't know, 15%, I'd be okay with that. You know, because then I can at least add like a little package. I mean, you know, doesn't necessarily have to be just, you know, like chonk, but definitely, you know, want a little bit of a bulk up. I mean, not necessarily just in like some muscles, but you know, some fats too. Because, I mean, having a little fat on the body is actually not bad. I mean, actually it's healthy to have at least a little bit of like, you know, body fat, you know, on your body at like, you know, like at least yes, you know, for some extent. Obviously, you know, it's not in excess, but you at least want some of that because like the whole idea is to have at least some energy stores and, you know, and also to be insulation, you know, so when it's like cold in the winters and you don't feel as cold. Which is why, you know, I hate the fucking heat, but, you know, I also don't really do too good in the cold unless I have at least a couple layers on because I am a high metabolistic fuck, so I can't keep calories and it sucks. If I could be a chonk, dude, oh my god. Burritos can be relatively healthy, beans are healthy and source of protein, rice nutritious, and they got a bunch of veggies in there. Oh, absolutely. But, I mean, yeah, I'm just saying in a sense of being calorically dense. I mean, at least the burrito I usually get often, like, I know exactly what's in it. It's got some onions, it's got some bacon, got some potatoes, and then it's got a beef in there, too. Some shredded beef. And I put some, like, jalapeno green sauce on there. Oh, my God. It is, like, a fire fucking burrito. So delicious. It's got a lot of protein in it, that's for sure. Just walking in a cold race of metabolism. I walk 40 degrees with my jacket open. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I mean, like, I'm not, like, a total expert on it. I mean, I just, you know, these are just, like, things I've, like, learned, you know, over time, you know, just with, like, little triplets of information, whether due to, like, school or, you know, at least, you know, actual professional, like, types, you know, that talk about these things, you know, like, you know, on the internet and stuff like that. And I actually mean legit professionals. Like, at least one example, just so you know, I'm not bullshitting you, is Dr. Karan. Like, I mean, he makes a lot of YouTube shorts that are actually pretty funny, too. And a lot of YouTube videos that, you know, are pertained around, like, your general health and stuff like that. But also, you know, knows how to make them funny. I like walking in cold till my hands start to do this dead spider thing. That's probably not necessarily good. You might want to layer up at least a little bit. Because if it starts doing that, and that, especially that, then you might have some problems. Hey. Oh yeah, oh my god, you got like a fucking aggressive stare. I mean, I wear gloves. Wear thicker gloves. Gets on because it gets so cold my phone won't register touch. Oh, I know that feeling, dude. I hate it. Dude, I know exactly what you're talking about. Dude, there's been times where it's been so cold and shit. Like, you know, like some winters, you know, can be, you know, pretty cold. Last winter wasn't really, but the year before and the year, especially the year before that in 2021 it was. But last year, not so much. But, dude, when it gets cold and it gets all fuckety, it gets fuckety, dude. I mean, legit. Boop. You have to breathe on your fingers to warm it up. And on the phone too a little bit. Because like if you have like at least a little bit of warm condensation on the phone, you know, it kind of helps. Because I mean, I've been, you know, because on the times, especially when I've been like snowboarding and stuff like that, and I'm like on a ski lift and I'm, you know, maybe taking a picture or something like that. I mean, my phone won't register a lot of times, so I have to like do that, you know, on my phone, and it does actually help. I mean, not all the time, but it at least helps enough to at least get a few pics. Boop, I could feel you staring into my soul. Been snowboarding? Yeah. Like, honestly, this winter, I need to get back into snowboarding again. It's been a few years. It's been, like, 4-something plus years since I've done it. So, I need to get back into it. It's been too long. That's pretty cool. I mean, it's pretty cool. It's pretty fun. I mean, you know, like I did it on a whim. Is how I got, like, how I got into it was literally on a whim. Like, one of my family friends was just like, hey, we have a spare, you know, ticket to go to Timberline. You know, do you want to, you know, come up and learn how to snowboard and stuff? And I was like, yeah, fuck it, sure, why not? So I was just like, you know, I decided to, you know, just go on that adventure, and I was like, I had so much fun that I was like, you know what, I want to do this again, and I was kind of hooked on it since. Like, and honestly, dude, it's fun, dude. I love doing it. I mean, it's a fucking workout on your legs, especially because, like, you have to have your legs, like, you know, pretty much locked in place because of the bindings on the snowboard in comparison to skis. You know, so, like, if anything, there's actually kind of a little bit more of a risk to it, because if you wipe out and it's a gnarly one, you might break not just one, but maybe both of your legs, and that could fuck you up. And there's actually been a few times I have wiped out where I haven't had that happen, but I've, you know, felt like, you know, like, because my leg was contorted in a certain way, where it's like, if it was like if I went like 5 miles per hour faster or some shit like that, I probably would have broken a leg, you know what I mean? Like, so there's been some times where I've, you know, I've had some wipeout stuff, and there's actually one that wasn't really that bad, but it was just like horrible in the sense that it was like, you know, a snow pile right next to a bunch of trees, but that snow pile was like 10 feet fucking deep. Like, so I fell in, and of course I fall in head first, so like when I'm like, you know, down here like looking up in a silhouette of me and this, like, you know, hole that I've fallen into, so I have to unbind my shit, put it next to me in this like slushy ass like soft snow, contort myself to get back up, and, like, you know, find something to grab onto, get my snowboard up, you know, and put it back onto like the actual like path, and then like climb my way out. Like, there's been at least 1 or 2 times where that's happened, and that's not fun, because that takes a lot of energy out of you too, and then you have to like sit there and be like, oh fuck, and then you look at your board and look down and you're like, oh fuck, now I have to go back. Yeah, now I still have to go all the way down. It's like, fuck. And I mean, at least for me, I would cruise my way down on that one, because I'll be like, I'm not trying to exert energy on that shit. But I mean, honestly, especially Mount Hood, Mount Hood is so fun. Like, you know, when it comes to you know, snowboarding and skiing, Timberline, Mount Hood Meadow, or You got like Mount Hood Meadows, and then the Ski Bowl. Like, I mean, like all three of those places are pretty good. Timberline and Mount Hood Meadows, like both of those are personally my favorite. I wouldn't, at least when it comes to like the very high, like extreme, like very tall lifts that go really high up. Obviously, Timberline's really great with that because those are really fun to go down. But when it comes to like, you know, like going in between the forests and stuff like that on Mount Hood and like some more like scenic style, like, you know, lines that you go down and stuff like that, I'd say Misdemeanor Meadows is better with that. And also like their general, like, you know, lobby slash like kind of like big building where everything's like, I don't know, they got a little bit of a better setup. Timberline, especially for historical sake, is really awesome to check out. I mean, it was built during FDR's time, during the New Deal, that Timberline Lodge was constructed during that era. It was one of the things that was built specifically under that specific legislation. So, I mean, Timberline Lodge certainly got a lot of really cool history and sort of nothing to pass up on. I mean, I love going there too, but I mean, Misdemeanor Meadows is definitely at least, you know, very scenic. I mean, I don't know. For me personally, I like it a little more. It's a 30 minutes extra drive, you know, to get there in comparison to Timberline, at least from where I'm at, because it's kind of more on the south side of the mountain, more so on like the west/southwest side of the mountain. So it's, you know, it's a little extra bit of a trek, but, you know, it's not that far. But it's fun. I love going there. Anything look like this, but with snow? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it looked like that, but with snow and a snowboard. Pretty much. Yeah. Basically. But yeah, it's fun. Like, I need to get back into it, like I said, though, because it's been a couple years since I've done it. I think the only main reason why it's kind of stopped me is because I need to get new bindings, because when I got my board with the boots and the bindings and everything, the bindings didn't necessarily fit the boots, and like, while the boots are technically a little too roomy, at least when it comes to, like, you know, for my feet size, I mean, it's actually not necessarily that bad. I mean, because, like, when you have your legs basically kind of locked in place anyway, because you're on the board, you want at least a little bit of comfortability in your room, so you can at least have a little extra ability to have, like, some muscle movement, so that can at least have an ability to help, like, you know, at least have space to get a little extra, like, you know, a little oomph, you know, with your feet and stuff. Because, you know, at least, you know, like, at least the times where I rent my board, when I at least had the boots and stuff, when it came to going to the lodges and stuff, like, I mean, you know, it'd actually be a lot cheaper, because, I mean, you know, renting out a board and stuff isn't really, you know, super expensive, but, you know, if you have to rent out, like, everything, you know, it can be kind of expensive. But if you have, like, your own boots or something like that, you know, it actually isn't really that bad. So I was able to at least, you know, rock those a little bit and get them kind of, like, you know, worked in and broken in and stuff like that, you know, and they work fine for me. But, you know, at this point, it's just like I need to get bindings that actually properly fit those things. Which, luckily, there's a lot of different, like, sports like stores around here and shit like that, so I could just say, you know, take, you know, the boots in and be like, hey, do you have bindings that fit these? And just, like, be like, cool, sweet, find some, buy them, and there we go. Then now I have my whole full kit back and be able to rock that shit out. Get back in the groove. Maybe get one of my fucking friends into it, because I know my friend Rip City, he used to ski, and maybe I could convince him to, you know, maybe, like, have a day out in the mountain or some shit. Did you picture my finger walking in the air like my hand was parkouring? Wait, what? What the fuck? Whoa. It's pretty impressive. I know my finger could obviously do it, but could I mean, honestly, I think, it looks like hard, like it's one of those things where I feel like it's harder than it actually looks. I mean, because I've kind of done stuff like this before, not to this extent. The caption is, who we imagined running alongside our car during our long road trips. True. I mean, I agree with that. I can feel that. Imagine his foot getting caught at full speed. Rather not. Oof. No shit. Is this like a pseudo Reddit? Is this like a pseudo Reddit? Did you ever do that? Well, not like this specifically. But like when it comes to like, running on specific objects, like kind of hopping on them, kind of like that. Like I've done stuff like this before, but just not like literally like this. Like I want to though. Like I'm looking at it and I'm like, I want to do it. I want to be like as fast as him, but give me some practice and give me some time. I can do it. I mean, like I said, it looks harder than it actually looks, but it actually is kind of easy. I mean, it's easier than than you really think. I mean, especially considering like how close they are. I mean, they're like literally right next to each other side by side. So all it really is just about like, practicing a little bit by, kind of like doing like kind of a little casual jog pace, so to speak. And then once you kind of, get an idea about where to step, then you can pick it up and then do a full sprint like he's doing. Like, I mean, there's a certain level. I mean, it certainly takes practice. And considering this guy, I'm sure he's like a track and field athlete, type of guy. So I'm sure he was able to just get up there, and do this, on the first try. And this is probably like his second try after his friends decided to record him. Then you picture them doing some like vault maneuver over a tree branch, like, wow, dude. I mean, for no shit, dude. Or like a pole vault over a power line. Imagine if he had like one of those little pole vault sticks and he just like thunk and just like vaulted over like a goddamn fucking power line, dude. I mean, I can imagine it because there was one like right at the beginning there that passed through. Like there was right at the very beginning, there's one that passes. So it's like, and honestly, if you have one of those vault sticks, he actually unironically probably could vault over that. I mean, he would injure himself, because he has nothing, to safely land on, but, I mean, he could do it. Why are you being a dick? Are you being a dick because you want to eat dicks because you're a fucking dickhead? Who ingests nothing but the dick because you're a fucking dickwad? You dick. Fuck you, how about that? I swear to God, if you salt that food bowl when there's food in there, I am not going to be happy. Don't even, that's right, walk away. Yeah, smart move there, buddy. Dude, that dog literally looked at that food bowl like he was about to assault that with every fiber of his being. And I was not going to have any of that. Lord mercy. Lord have mercy. Speed up. Speed the fuck up. HugeLol.com. What are these websites? Everyone pictured a man running beside us in a car. Maybe not this creepy. Oh God. I mean, not only would I speed up, but I would run that thing off the road. Like, I'd be like... I'd grab the gat in the fucking glove box and be like... Yeah, I do. That thing would meet lethal force very aggressively and very quickly. Like, if I saw some, like, mutant goblin human creature thing like that running at me, beside me like that, like, oh, hell no, dude. There'd be a little going on. Running it beside the road. Like, I would speed up, but that would not be my first thing. My first thing would be eliminating the threat. With extreme prejudice on that one. It's like, hell no. Hell no. Okay, this is so random, but I love it. Dude, Vosh livestream titles are kind of funny. Elon can't make it Twitter worse. How does he do it? It's because he's a piece of shit. And he's a racist, capitalistic fucking dog water, homunculus, fucking drinking fuck. I don't know. That's why. Like, every now and then, like, before he actually starts the streams, we get these rare instances where we have these weird stream titles. Like, because when he starts the streams, like, he usually will change it up, so by the time, like, he does and it updates, like, it doesn't show it anymore. But before, you know, the stream actually begins, there's always, like, a fun, weird little, like, title, you know, put to the stream. You know, sometimes they're kind of funny. That one, you know, kind of gave me a little chuckle. Because, like, man, why am I not shocked? Of course, Elon made Twitter worse. Wasn't he gonna, like, literally remove the ban feature? Or the block feature, or whatever the fuck? Like, oh, hey, you can't block people anymore. Because, like, it's useless, bruh. It's like, bitch. You literally are, like, one of the biggest motherfuckers that use the block button. Like, what are you talking about? And I think, you know, during that fiasco, I think a few people called him out, and guess what? He blocked them. It's like, I mean, oh my god. It's like, you want to get rid of it, and yet you're one of, like, the biggest fucking users of that fucking, you know, utility of the fucking platform. It's like, you fucking homunculus. Like, and he's like a literal homunculus. Like, he's not a human being. He's a homunculus sapien. Okay, like, he's some motherfucking breed of demon. Like, I don't, like, I mean, it's like, I mean, what the fuck? Like, just like, I mean, what the fuck? Like, what? It's like the block feature gonna be like a paywall thing now? Like, oh, only blue check marks can do it now. Ooh woo. So, like, you know, a bunch of people that fucking, you know, criticize Elon, you know, then you get blocked, but, you know, they can't block all these fucking weird blue checkmark Nazi pieces of shit that are on the platform. Oh my god, dude, that's how he's gonna do it. That is how he's gonna do it, dude. I guarantee it. He's gonna get rid of the feature unless, you know, you're a a Twitter blue checkmark fucking paywall paying little fuck. If you're not, you don't get that feature. There you go. That's how he's going to do it. I guarantee you. Oh, watch him do, like, some platinum package for, like, Twitter Blue, too. Oh, you have to get an extra package in order to get the block feature. Because, you know, some people will be like, you know what, just to block all these weird neo-Nazi fuckwits, you know, fine, I'll pay the $8. Like, you know, there'll probably be some people like that, and he's going to try to avoid that shit by being like, oh, you need the platinum feature, which is, like, double the price, and all it does is just add a block feature on top of, like, maybe one or two other things. I mean, it's like, oh my god, dude. That platform is going to just, like, collapse, and I'm here for it. I want to see it just burn. It wouldn't be the first time a major social media platform is burned. The only people I block are doing flat illegal shit like surveillance maps. Yeah. I mean, for me, like, honestly, like, I would basically just, like, you know, it would basically be that. I mean, basically by proxy in the sense that, like, you know, Nazis, you know, tend to be that too. Like, I mean, when it comes to neo-Nazis, I'm okay with that, you know, when it comes to blocking them, you know, at least for me. But, I mean, more often than not, they tend to also be those things that you just mentioned. More often than not. They got some weird fuck things that they're working out and shit, and they got some demons inside their mind, you know, and yeah, more often than not, they're probably, you know, a mixture of one or the other or both. And if they're both, then, I mean, I don't know, like, how do you even fix that? I mean, it's like, I mean, Jesus Christ. Like, just surgically remove, like, most of the brain besides basic biological functions and study those elements of the brain and just basically, like, do the maximize, you know, nerve stapling, like, tactic you could do on a motherfucker. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's like, it's goddamn. I mean, if you're on that level, then it's like, I don't know what could fucking save you. Outside of just like at least, you know, surgically removing some parts of your brain so we can study it specifically without you having to be at risk, even with people in the system. So, it's like, I mean, shit. Ugh. Man, ain't humanity awesome? Humanity is a great place, isn't it? Can I help you? You are wanting to assault this food bowl. Man, I am... I'm not happy about it. I am displeased, you little fuck. Can you quit staring at me? I have satisfied your needs. And here you are, still attacking things. You know what? Fine. Hold on. Would you just get the fuck over here? A bit of discussion about humanity under the last link. Don't want that phone. There we go. Last link? Wait, what's the last link? I don't think I see it. Was there another link? I see the ones from before. Oh my god! Ow! Hey! Would you chill out? I'm not asking for a paw! Just get over here. There, now I asked for a paw. Yeah, I ripped it in half because apparently... Dude, even then you're still having a hard time chewing it. Dude, I ripped them in half so they would be easier to eat for you. Dude, are you serious? Okay, fine. Alright, the rip... There you go. Now you got a quarter of it. There you go. God damn. Do you not know the concept of chewing? You garbage disposal? Made a message under that link, not the link itself. Oh. How do you think people handle legit supernatural for? Oh, okay. Like suddenly a bunch of credible paranormal stuff starts happening in zombies. I feel like wouldn't be an issue, but then you have things like ghosts or curses, which will probably be a lot harder to deal with. Yeah, cause zombies, I feel like in a weird way we're kind of prepped, you know, for something like that because of things like media and shit. Which I suppose, arguably, I mean, you would think that we would in a way because of, like, media when it comes to, like, curses or ghosts or poltergeists or whatever the fuck, but I think, you know, the true horror about that and our, you know, impreppability about that is that we really will never truly know what those type of forces would have upon us, you know, or what they could do upon us, you know what I mean? Like, at least, you know, with something like zombies, we kind of have an idea how that would work. We've had, like, different concepts of, you know, how zombies could work. We've had different concepts about, like, you know, zombie apocalypses and, you know, what could happen in them and stuff like that. Like, there's all sorts of different premises about, like, what a zombie is, you know, and shit like that. Like, there's different things at least, you know, so... at least like, for something like zombies, or like, or maybe even like werewolves or, vampires and stuff. I feel like, humanity kind of at least has like, oh, well, I guess we're gonna adapt. And honestly, let's just be real. There's gonna be some people who are gonna look at, actual, werewolves, vampires, or zombies and be like, that's kinky. I'm just gonna be honest. At least for me, I know for werewolves, it is for me, okay? I'm a furry, I can say that, fuck you, I don't care. I'll admit that. Like, I mean, I wouldn't mind if a werewolf just, like, came out of nowhere with a fucking horny fuck lust. I'm just gonna be honest with that. Vampires, Zombies, obviously not. Gross, fuck that. I'm going to shoot that. So it's like, at the end of the day, give me a werewolf and I'll be happy. I'll be satisfied. Give me a werewolf daddy or something, I don't know. It's all like the trinkets and shit ever work in possession movies. It's like a cat. It's like, hey Ghost, I have a dream catcher, so now you gotta go. Ghost's like, oh man. It's like, god damn it, fine. It's like, it's like swipe or no swiping. It's like, say it enough times and have enough of them, and it's like, oh man, there's too many of that. Alright, fine, I guess I'll leave. Guess I won't swipe this time. And it's like, oh my god, it's like, give me a break. So I gotta do some extra shit besides just like have a dream catcher or something. The dream catchers are pretty cool, I like those. I'll bring her back into the land of the living. Yeah, you just fuck her so good, she just comes back to life. The orgasmic bliss, of the ghost getting fucked so hard that she just straight up, like, comes back to life. Just like, I'm alive again! Why am I in a coffin? Fuck! Oh, man, I just realized I hit my head really hard. Oh, no, ow! Oh! Fuck! No! Is that kind of German for a sec? Well, you know what? Maybe I was thinking you were fucking some German ghost girl. I don't know. Some gothic, ghost German bitch. I don't fucking know. I mean, maybe that's how I don't know. Maybe that's what I was trying to infer. That's what I was implying there. I don't know. How about that? I mean, to be fair, like, I do kind of like, to use the German accent sometimes. So maybe it did kind of pop out there for a second. I'm gonna hold you on my lap again. You keep staring at me. Can you quit bopping at the food bowl? I'm honestly impressed he hasn't knocked anything out. Can you quit staring at me? What would be the worst supernatural force to deal with? I mean, I know obviously for Venom it would be aliens. For me, I guess this will kind of have to depend a little bit. Because like, if, like, for example, like, I would say zombies, if we're talking about, like, the 28 Days Later zombies. Like, if that's the case, then, them. The 28 Days Later zombies. Because those motherfuckers are sprinters, dude. They, like, bolt at you. Like, there ain't no surviving that shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, I don't know, I feel like that would kind of depend a little bit. Like, I guess if, we were to kind of exclude that, though, probably, wait, here, let me think about it. It's 4:20 here. I'll smoke a bowl and ponder this. Oh. Honestly, I mean, like, it kind of seems a little cliche, but, like, basically, like, kind of like the Anunnaki. I suppose that basically is, like, aliens, But just kind of the idea of like in race of beings that have like, you know, like pretty much have like co-op, like have like, you know, or like cooperatively like or cooperate like as like a co-op living on the planet and on Earth, and essentially have like subtly like, I mean, in a weird way, like that would be kind of like more freaky than just like, oh yeah, some corporate robber baron. Because like at that point it's like, oh shit, like how do you even go against that? It's like, I mean, because I mean that kind of, you know, interweaves, you know, the whole like, you know, just the broader alien thing, I guess, but not really because of that in itself, but also because of like a lot of other psychological and even potential other supernatural elements as well. Like, I mean, it could even be interwoven into other things, you know, an extent, because if they have, you know, such technology that they can literally blend in with us, then hypothetically they can easily be like, you know, things like, you know, like a Wendigo, or, you know, or some, you know, or like some sort of shapeshifter, or like a werewolf, or any of these other beings in a way, because then they can, you know, like essentially see humanity as like its own psychological experimental playground. And you go, and basically at that point it could do various different things like that. I mean, if anything, I feel like that could be like, you know, the biggest like freakiest supernatural thing, because I mean, at least to us, you know, it would be supernatural. I mean, I guess to them, you know, as like, you know, the Anunnaki, whatever the fuck, I mean, I guess in a sense it's not like as in-depth as I'm making it out to be, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you really think about it, when it comes to that general conspiracy theory, like, you know, it kind of implies that they kind of have these powers. I mean, I obviously don't believe that they are a thing, but I mean, if we're kind of breaking them down a little bit, they kind of do have these abilities. I mean, if they're able to basically be like the They Live aliens for all intents and purposes, then it's like they certainly got these other powers, you know, and thus would be able to fuck with human psychology enough, you know, to play on to these superstitions and shit. And because if anything, they could be the creators of those same superstitions. So, I mean, because if you think about the Anunnaki conspiracy, it goes all the way back to like ancient Egypt and shit like that, and I think even farther, you know, than that. So it's just like, if that's the case, then it would certainly make sense, you know. So it's like, if that supernatural shit were to be true, so to speak, that would probably be the most craziest, sinister thing, because like all the struggle, so to speak, when it comes to like progressivism and labor and all this shit, it's like it really just kind of like crushes it in a sense of just like, because how the fuck do you go after that? It's like, it's one thing when it's just like your fellow man, right? Like, but when it's like an entire like extra like, you know, ascended race of beings that have like, you know, controlled everything for millennia, it's like, that's a whole nother ball game, you know what I mean? It's like, so unless it was like some weird like a spontaneous world situation where it's like, you know, eventually we're able to at least capture some of their technology to be able to like, you know, adapt it to our own or something, like there ain't no way to be able to challenge that shit. And if they're able to have been here long enough, you know, without us necessarily knowing, so to speak, then it's like, how the fuck are we going to be able to, like, you know, go after that, you know, and, you know, and get enough of the populace to even be aware of that, right? Like, so, I mean, which I guess why it's a fun conspiracy, and I can see why some people do fall into it, because, I mean, just with these premises in mind, but, like, I mean, to me, at least, that's what I would think. At least just, you know, for the big, general, like, supernatural, like, kind of conspiratorial things that, you know, if it were to be true, you know, like, what would be most scariest? I mean, to me, at least, you know, for what's, you know, popping in my head the most, that's kind of what, you know, I'm thinking of, because it really can be interwoven into, like, really anything else. I mean, because, you know, like, just with the premise of the whole idea of that conspiracy in itself. Like, it's not just, you know, like, you know, conspiracy thing, it's also all this other extra supernatural shit, you know, that also plays a role into other supernatural things, like, you know, ghosts, Bigfoot, all sort of stuff. I mean, whether it's more benign or even more, like, sinister in mind. So it's like, I don't know, at least for me, I don't know, at least for right now, I feel like that's where I would say. The truth will be revealed. Also, have you seen that movie? They Live? If that's what I talk about, yes. I haven't seen it in a while, but yes, I've seen it. You know what, speaking of which, I should watch that this weekend. I might set some time aside tomorrow or Wednesday to go watch that, actually. Because, I mean, anything with Roddy Piper in it is actually not that bad. Like, Roddy Piper is, you know, for being a wrestler and shit like that, he's actually, weirdly enough, not that bad of an actor, dude. Dude, Hell Comes to Frogtown. Dude, that shit is just... as cheesy as it is, it's fucking awesome, dude. Roddy Piper just makes that entire fucking movie. Oh, you're talking about The Ring? Oh, but for us, if any shit like that Ring tape surface, you know how quickly you see Ring tape live stream watch party. The Ring, I haven't seen that movie, so, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know too much about it, honestly. Like, I mean, I haven't seen the movie personally, so I couldn't really say much about it. I've heard of it, but I just never, I don't really know anything about it, though. I just only have heard of it. Though the way you kind of described it, it kind of sounds interesting, though, so I'm at least somewhat intrigued now at this point. Long story short, you get yeeted 7 days after watching the tape. Huh. That sounds familiar to, like, some other thing I've seen before. Well, not seen, but I've read the book of. What's it called? It has to do with, like, these tapes of, like, this, like, suicide kid or some shit, and apparently, like, the tapes, you know, could kind of make you suicide or something, because, like, the whole story is based off a kid who commits suicide based off of those tapes or something. I forgot exactly what it was. It was, like, some weird-ass, like, interesting book, but I forgot the name of it. Was it, what the fuck was it called? I think they made it into a movie, but the movie, I think was, like, kind of shitty, but the book at least was okay. Oh my god, what the fuck was the name of it? Oh my god, I am blanking on the fucking name of this. Like, I remember it distinctively, but I'm, like, fucking blanking on it. What the fuck? I read this in high school. Dude, okay, well, you know what? I don't even know. Like, I don't know the exact name, but I know for a fact that this is like a book / like a movie that was made. I'm trying to think. Alright, you know what? It's going to torture me if I keep thinking about it. There's some dumb motherfuckers who are streaming on Twitch. Dude, oh, for sure, bro. Absolutely. Okay, guys, for every $50 dono, I'll show this blood-cursed tome on stream. Basically, anything that could facilitate spread for social media would be immensely dangerous in our current society. Oh, dude, for real. I mean, if that's how, like, you know, things, you know, happen with the Ring, oh my god, yeah. It would be, like, the worst thing upon society, basically, dude. It would collapse. It would just, like, it would just be hysterically, like, insane, dude. It would just be crazy. I mean, because honestly, just think about, like, what happened with fucking, Kai Cenat, you know, not that long ago in New York. Like, he unintentionally started a riot. I mean, it's like, imagine the crazy shit that would happen with this, oh, I mean, or, you know, like, with just your basic question in mind in the first place. Like, you know, with the, like, with my answer from earlier, it's like, imagine live streamers being like, hey, yo, we're about to, like, you know, fucking, you know, dox this fucking Anunnaki, bruh. and just insane shit happens on a stream where they get like obliterated and then like abducted and taken in for experiments or some shit or whatever the fuck. I mean, you know, who knows, dude? I mean, it's like, dude, it's just, that's why I wish that like half the conspiracy theories is conservative, like unhinged whack-a-mole fucking weirdos. You know, like it's why I wish like just even like 1% of the weird conspiracies were true. Because it would just make our world that much more exciting and weird and interesting and kind of cool. But no, we're in the boring, shitty timeline and it sucks and we only yearn for such excitement. Hey, you know, do you want to join this ring tape viewing with us? Do I look like a fucking moron to you? Do I look like a fucking bloody moron? Yes. I totally would love to do so. You forget the lack of fucks to give that our generation and the younger generations have. You know absolutely for a fact that most people will be like, yeah, sure, bro. Why not? What could go wrong? You know for a fact, dude. Like, I'm just saying. You know, dude. Most people will just be like, oh, yeah, that crazy, yeah, bullshit. Yeah, that's all just, like, bullshit, yeah, whatever. Proceeds to watch it. And then they just, like, you know, die 7 days later. It's like, Good, I'd love to watch the tape. That'll make my face all stretched out in a week. Oh, yeah, dude. Great. Be amazing. You're making me want to watch this movie more. Because I don't know anything much about it, but the more you describe it to me... Is it on YouTube at all? It's called The Ring, right? The Ring. Yeah. Oh, yeah. First thing. I can either watch it with Paramount Plus or buy or rent it. Wait, how much is it for renting? Oh, $4. You know what? I might watch it. I might watch it tonight even. It's one of those remakes of a Japanese movie called Ringo, formerly a novel by Koshi Suzuki. Huh. I'm gonna go bathroom real quick. Well, I'm definitely intrigued, so I'll have to certainly check it out. I might watch the movie tonight or at least tomorrow or something. 进食到水果。Have you seen Drag Me to Hell yet? If not, watch it first. I think it's another one of those movies where I've heard of, but I don't think I've seen of. Here. I'll look it up. Well, it's also on YouTube. The unrated version. Ooh. Dude. Hey, it's the same price to rent it for $4. You know what? I might just do a movie binge. It's by Sam Raimi. Oh, really? Well, shit. You know what? I think I'm going to be doing some movie binges this weekend. Can I help you? Oh my god, you're giving me this really creepy look, dude. You had like this look, like, just really fucking creepy. It's like, ugh. So Goff's an alien agent. I think he's a demon, dude. Like, he just gave me a look, honestly, that was legitimately kind of fucking creepy, dude. Like, that was kind of scary. Don't look at me like that again. Ah! Fuck! Why? No, he literally did it again. Don't look at me like that. Why? Stop. Don't be, like, doing this whole, like, weird open mouth, freakishly demon thing. Oh, my God. Burn the channel back up. Yeah, dude, we gotta do a cleanse, dude. We just gotta burn that shit and just be like, do a wipe. Gotta wipe that shit, dude. He's gonna eat me, dude. I'm like, honestly, I might not this might be the last one, dude. I'm gonna have to try to suffice him with at least this, you know, to quell his bloodlust. I don't think he's satisfied with it. Oh shit! You little alien. Oh my god, look at you. You little alien creature. Oh! You were giving me a paw, but then you just like dropped that right on my nuts, dude. Why? Seriously? Look at you. Oh my good lord, you are so fixated on this. Good little patient boy. Oh, man, why are you so... Ah! Hey! You're so aggressive. My lord. Here. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh, give me a little baby scratch. A little dick. Really? You don't give a shit? Like shit like the Ed Spector luggage in a movie. Man, I haven't thought about that movie in such a long time. Oh, and it's a good one too. Also, I love, like, yeah, just how, like, it was honestly, like, a really good bow. And just also, like, perfectly built up, like, Eddie's brother, too. I mean, that show is just, I mean, that entire series is so fucking underrated. Ed, and Eddie is, like, legitimately, in my opinion, underrated. Like, that series is legitimately so good. Like, hit a lot of really good, like, commentaries and shit like that. Due to the reasons that have nothing to do with being gun pointed at me, I need to inform you that there are no aliens in government. Well, due to the reasons that there is no alien that is going to eat my insides to sacrifice my body to the Anunnaki, you know, I also need to inform you that there's no aliens in our government. It's been top 3 shows I grew up with. Fuck yeah, dude. Same for me. It's either that or, like, Courage. Well, I mean, I want to say, like, top 3, but, well, it is, but, like, at least, you know, when it comes to, like, the shows I grew up with, there's more than 3. Like, there's, like, Samurai Jack. I mean, that's another one I remember. Code Lyoko is actually one that I think most people kind of forget about, but I kind of remember, honestly. There's Courage, SpongeBob, at least, you know, especially the early seasons of it. And Eddie, of course. Fuck, what else? Fuck, what was it? What else is pretty good back in that? Oh, man. Why am I blanking on something? Oh, dude, the original, like animated Clone Wars series and shit. That was pretty fucking dope. Tom and Jerry Looney Tunes. Oh yeah, Tom and Jerry Looney Tunes. Yeah, I grew up with that shit. I kind of grew up with some of the Pink Panther stuff too, a little bit. They actually have like the whole like complete like collector's like, you know, Pink Panther set where it has like every, you know, episode and stuff like that. Fuck. Oh, and then there's what's it called? There's like Camp Lazlo too. Like, that's kind of one that was kind of slept on a little bit, because, I mean, at least initially when I was watching it, like, at first, I wasn't into it, but later down the line, it kind of grew up on me a little bit, and you kind of realized that, like, this is actually kind of, like, you know, slept on kind of show. Dude! Bruh! Chowder too. Oh, yeah, Chowder! Oh, and then Flapjack. Yeah, now it's starting to come back to me. Dude, Flapjack and Chowder were like some weird-ass, like, psychedelic trip of some shows, dude. Bro. Someone wanted to say, when we learn to tell fact from fiction. I think that's just like, I don't know, that just... I don't really know if there's like a real concrete answer to that. I think that's just something that we're just kind of like inferred to when it comes to like, you know, education and reality and experience and stuff. Because, I mean, for most people understand that there's like, you know, a fact, you know, of reality just on basic observation that we all have, right? Like, so, I mean, I don't know, that's... Thing is, not every person, you know, has the same idea of what is fact or fiction, you know, so it's like, I don't know how you would quantify that. Of course, you have Nick lineup. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of shows on Nick that were actually pretty good. I mean, I named a few of them. Like, there was, like, SpongeBob, and then there was, there's like another show that I remember that was on there. What was it called? There was actually a few, but... I mean, it's been a while since I thought about these. It's weird though, right? I mean, it's hard for someone to... And there's... maybe that's due to the fact that we saw on TV and didn't trigger any senses. Yeah. I mean, it also could potentially be like elements of religion that kind of, you know... detach, you know, actual science, you know, from like what is considered facts of reality and shit, or just simply a lack of proper education. Like, mental faculties too, you know, probably plays a role. I'm sure there's honestly a lot of things that play a role, you know, but I mean, maybe escapism is another factor. You know, like some people are so like enveloped into the escapism that they basically like let it become like a fantasy / reality in their mind. Because we've heard about some really sad, tragic, but fucked up stories about people that like, you know, on the internet that have like literally have like, you know, Roblox themselves, you know, over the fact that they want to basically like live in heaven with like some fictional character that they are obsessed with and shit. Like there's like some pretty crazy stories like that, you know, like, I mean, those are just some of the benign ones too, sadly. Like some of these people will literally like go to the extent of like, you know, murder suicide shit and stuff like that. Like, I mean, there's crazy fucking stories about stuff like that. So I imagine there's just like honestly a multitude of all these factors, frankly. Sometimes maybe even all of the above, and that's probably the worst case fucking scenario. Which, ugh. It's like character on TV or on here, like, wow, like how you want to try that at Grand Canyon or some shit. Well, the thing is, like, I mean, there are some people that probably would. Like, I mean, maybe not like to that literal extreme, but I mean, there certainly are people that will like kind of take certain things, you know, from shows into reality. I mean, honestly, I know that I, you know, would be at least, you know, one of those brains, at least as a child, that, you know, could at least be susceptible to that. I wasn't, but, I mean, I could at least be susceptible, especially, you know, as a child, and at least as an adult, especially with my creative, you know, very expressive and vibrant imagination. Like, and thus, like, I potentially could see things that are actually technically fiction as reality. Like I said, obviously, I can understand and separate the two. But, you know, I can at least, you know, for myself recognize that, you know, I could be a brain that could have, you know, potentially, you know, been, like, susceptible to such things. That's due for brain chemistry. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, fundamentally, it's all psychology that, you know, what we're talking about here, and that has to do with our fucking brain, and our brain chemistry. I mean, you know, and a lot of that, you know, has to do with, like, you know, the environment that we're in, you know, and, like, how that, you know, brain chemistry is uplifted and nourished, you know, as it grows up and it develops, you know, when they're a child, you know, and, you know, and in the womb. Like, all these factors, you know, absolutely play a role, and, you know, play into the fundamental, you know, role of psychology when it comes to that. I was rain champion into floor is lava. Oh, same here, dude. That just kind of means that, you know, low-key, you know, we could be parkour champions if we really wanted to. Them other kids weren't shit. Fucking true. Those kids weren't shit, bruh. They didn't know how to fucking, you know, properly, you know, work that shit like I did. They didn't know how to do those parkour moves and do those, like, ninja moves, bruh. They didn't know how to sacrifice an arm or a leg. They just throw the kids on the floor, too. Sometimes. We were more, like, we would usually have, like, open spaces, you know, and try to, like, jump as far as we can into the other, like, we'd have, like, couches or chairs and stuff like that set up, and we'd try to, like, basically do, like, kind of, like, Frogger or some shit where you, like, jump to, like, one towel and try to avoid the floor, you know, and stuff like that. But every now and then, yeah, if I felt like I want to be a little competitive, I would throw them over, you know, and make them, you know, fall in the lava, yeah. They get started because I quote, "You can't walk on the people laying on the floor." Oh! Damn, you fucking bastard. I never went like that. I never went that far. I wasn't that horrible, but, I mean, my god, dude. I mean, man, you play some savage fucking floor is lava, dude. Oh my god. Even I wasn't that brutal. Oh my god. Damn. I kind of love it, though. Stomp in the face. Floor is lava, stop. Boom, boom. Get a good old stomp. It's like, hey, You're a platform, so I don't get to burn. I mean, hey, I might get some third-degree burns on my foot, but at least it ain't burnt off because of the lava. So, sacrifices had to be made. Some of you may die, but it's a price I am willing to make. Also, fuck free sag. Also have to keep Alice in the most awkward position. Were people that anal about it? For us, you just had to stay in a position. Like, you just had to stay in the same spot. Like, if you wanted to, you could just, like, stand there. But, you know, like, you know, had to basically, like, you know, not move from where you're at. Like, if you got tagged, then you would have to, like, you know, like, try to either, like, stop as quick as possible and just stand in your spot, or, I mean, or whatever. Like, I mean, so, like, at least in the games I've done, like, with that in the past, I mean, people usually aren't really that anal about it. I mean, yeah, kinda. Really? Jesus Christ. The only time, like, people have been kind of anal with, like, games, at least in school time, you know, from what I remember, was Dodgeball. Oh my god, we were fucking, like, hardcore serious about Dodgeball. Dude, that was, like, some fucking, like, professional league shit that we were doing in the recess with that shit, dude. We took that shit seriously. Like, there was rules established, and if you didn't play by that shit, like, you were like, nah, fuck off. Like, I mean, we all had, like, strict rules about that shit. Like, I mean... But, you know, there weren't, like, you know, fucking hard rules or anything. They were pretty simple dodgeball rules, basically. But we just treated it seriously because, like, that was our shit. Like, kids who were into that shit were into that shit. And I was one of them, dude. Like, I was kind of like a champion. Every now and then, I would, like, you know, kind of be in the back. But out of nowhere, like, I'll be, like, the last one on the team. And I'll just, like, clutch out of nowhere, dude. And just, like, clutch up for the whole squad and be able to, like, you know, get, like, 3 or 4 team members back and out of nowhere just, like, dominate, you know, like, and shit. Like, dude, Dodgeball was my shit, son. Dude, I'll fucking, you know, like, do Dodgeball right now. I don't give a fuck. I would literally, if there's, like, 10 people outside right now, like, let's do some Dodgeball, I'll be like, let's fucking do it. Let's go. You know, it's like... Well, 11, because, I mean, you know, don't want to be odd number. But, dude, I would fucking do it right now, dude. Let's go. Like, I would love to, like, do some Dodgeball, dude. Dude, that is so fun. Especially when you're, like, you know, like, got, like, a nice, you know, like, you know, one of those, like, we always have one of those, like, you know, foam balls that are about, like, yay big. So you can kind of get a good grip on it. But they were also pretty fast and shit, too. So it's like, I mean, if you got a good fucking throw on that shit, like, I mean, you had to be a fucking ninja to dodge that shit. So, I mean, you know, it's like, it was kind of some extra level. It wasn't like, you know, one of those little bouncy dodgeball things. I mean, it was like one of those, like, you know, soft foamy balls that, like, you fucking get some speed, dude. I mean, you can get a good grip, so you can, like, actually get a nice type grip and then, like, chuck that fucker. And that thing will get some speed, dude. Like, I mean, like, legit. Man, oh, dude, it's bringing back some memories of some Dodgeball on that one, dude. There's been some times where I was, like, the last man standing, murking bitches, you know, in Dodgeball, dude. And being the, like, bobbing and weaving. Oh, my God, dude. Oh, I've had a few one-on-ones, too, where it's just, like, me and one other person. And half the time we're just trying to get one other teammate, you know, to come back, you know, just so, like, you know, we can have them win or some shit. Yeah, like, with the, like, there was so, like, there's strategies, you know, like, in tactics and, like, art of war that, you know, happens in Dodgeball that people don't even realize, dude. Like, I mean, there's, like, whole, like, Sun Tzu level, like, strategies going on with that shit, bro. I mean, like, at least that's how I treated that shit. It was like, man, I ain't leaving no survivors. Maybe we're doing Simon Says during gym class. So it's like teacher was on a power trip. Simon says jump. Simon says touch your toes. Some says file my taxes. Some says rob a bank for me. Stop with the cops. Oh, I didn't say Simon Says. Oh my god. Dude, for real. Dude, I mean, you know what's even worse? If they made one of the kids do it. Like, one of your fellow students, you know, got to, you know, have that power trip. Because it would make it even worse. Like, they would be like, Simon Says jump. Touch says. Simon Says file my taxes. Now, Simon Says rob a bank for me. Now, doing 9/11. Oh, I didn't say, you know, Simon Says. Don't be go high. It's just like, I mean, dude, if it was way worse if a kid, you know, did it. If, like, the gym teacher's like, all right, who wants to, you know, be the one doing Simon Says? And then, like, half of the kids, you know, raise their hand. And he just looks at the one that you could tell it has, like, the most, like, just, like, evil, psychotic face. And it's like, yep, that kid. Like Skullrock says, those that can't do teach shows, who can't teach gym. Yep. Exactly. That's another good movie, honestly. Man, I haven't seen that one in a long fucking time. You keep reminding me of all these movies, dude. I need to go see. I knew shit fake sick today. Ugh. God damn it. I was reminded of the, like, it's Skull Rock, where they're trying to convince those kids to all play the venue, and you have all these kids all, like, sad, and look at the press outside of the fucking venue and be like, look, this is, like, for a charity, man. Look at all these kids. I mean, do you really want to ruin this for them? Oh my god. And all those kids, like, did so good. I just look, it's so sad. Like, one of them was literally just laying down, just, like, out. It was just... Oh my god. I mean, it was just, like... I mean, that movie's a little cheesy, but, I mean... It's honestly good. It's a good movie. For as cheesy as it is, it's a good movie. I was too bad of a liar to fake sick. Yeah, I mean, same here. I've honed the craft now. I mean, especially when it comes to corporate. I mean, when you have to, like, you know, like, when you really don't want to go to work, I mean, you master the craft. But, like, yeah, during, you know, back in the days, yep. For Kids starring Jack Black, I give it at least an A. I mean, you know, yeah, honestly, for real. Like, I mean, for a kids movie that has, like, you know, a pretty decent, you know, relatively known celebrity, like Jack Black, for example, like, I mean, for what it was, yeah. It's at least an A. I mean, it definitely holds up. I mean, I don't really think there was an original song, like, I think there's only one. Outside of that, they basically did nothing but covers, but, you know what? Hey, I like it. It worked. I mean, for what it was, it worked, and it was pretty good. I mean, again, it was cheesy. It was a kid's movie. I mean, it's not going to be like some grandiose masterpiece, but it's fun. That's what it was meant to be, and it worked. Let's think of something from one that might be the one that might make me bring a gun. But it could just be the food poisoning that's making my brain go a little crazy right now, so I don't know. Here, hold on, I'm about to puke again. Oh, he finally give up on being an asshole, and he's now curled up in the ball over there. Man, these little fruit flies are fucking annoying. There's not really many of them at all, but there's always, like, at least enough to just, like, be right in my face. and it's annoying. I've told you this, but I tried to get sick to my school. My brother was dealing with flu, so I thought, I'll drink some of his Gatorade and that'll make me sick and I won't have to go to school in the morning. Oh my god. You know, you could have just... Oh, man, you... Honestly... Next morning rolls around, I felt fine. Like, what the fuck? Oh. Wow, well, okay. Like, I mean, I wouldn't even risk it like that. Like, I would have just pretend I was sick like he was. I would just, like, peeped around the corner and be like, alright, how's my brother acting? Alright, he's acting like that? Okay. And just be in my room and be like... Yeah, I'm kind of sick too. You know, like, I know you said earlier that you weren't a good liar about it, but, I mean, at least then you would have it, like, you know, like, some observation to play with and be, like, you know, and mimic. Mom took a temp. Fuck! The temp, dude. What, did she not walk away? Did she sit there the entire time so you couldn't put it, like... under your armpit or something like that, or like, you know, by a lamp or something, like, I mean, because I know there's tricks, you know, to, like, you know, circumnavigate that, but if they sit there the entire time, then you can't, you're fucked. Yeah, fuck. Damn. You could just said that, you know, hey, maybe the temp isn't, like, you know, hot. Or you could just been like, well, maybe it's some other... Man, honestly, at that rate, you're kind of fucked. Yeah, there isn't really a way to, you know, get around that. I mean, you could try to be like, well, maybe it's a misreading. But, I mean, let's just be honest. That ain't gonna work. Should be a testament to how bad school is as soon try to purposely get set to miss it. Yeah. I mean, luckily for me, it wasn't really, like, that bad, but there's been a few times where I would probably have a cold and I, you know, would try to go in sick. But honestly, like, the reason why I never did, like, even though I, you know, might be a little sick, was just because my mom would be like, oh, if you could get up and you're okay and you're not puking, then you can go to school. So it's like, basically, if I wasn't, like, dying in my bed, like, basically, you know, it's like, oh, you're fine, go to school, you little twerp. It's like, what? It's like, you know, it's like, I got a cough, I kind of feel shitty, like, Like, I mean, I don't think I should go to school. It's like, nah, are you puking right now? No, then go to school. It's like, motherfuck. Did you end up getting other kids sick? Oh, I'm sure. Dude, schools are petri dishes, dude. Dude, I guarantee it. Dude, I guarantee you I got sick because of some other kid, you know, because of their parents probably having the same mentality, you know, probably taking their kid to school, you know, while being sick. Dude, I guarantee you, yeah. Dude, I guarantee you that's a two-way street. I guarantee I've gotten kids sick that way, and I guarantee I've got myself sick because of some other kid because of that. Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, it's like, honestly, I've gotten sick more during, like, school and shit more often than, like, at work, to be fucking frank with you. Like, I never got sick during the whole COVID thing. And, you know, like, for example, and I was, like, an essential worker. Oh, the social hero. You know, I was one of those motherfuckers, you know, like, out in the peak of it all. Like, and I didn't get sick from that shit. But yet, like, when it came to being in school, when there wasn't a pandemic going on whatsoever, I got sick more often from that just because of the common cold or the flu or some shit. So it's like, I mean, like, honestly, I mean, that really kind of is, you know, like, really tells, you know, how much of, like, you know, school is, like, kind of a petri dish when it comes to, like, easily, you know, spreading a sickness. I mean, it's like you can't necessarily help that. It's a very, you know, social, you know, condensed area. But, like, I mean, fuck. Like, I mean, isn't that kind of an indictment of the sanitation of schools, if anything? And also, maybe, like, you know, the idea of, like, hey, if if a kid, you know, happens to be a little sick or something like that, then maybe just send them home for the day. We'll let them, you know, get, you know, some of the basic curriculum and stuff like that for the day so, you know, they don't necessarily miss out and stuff, but, you know, at the very least, like, you know, just send them home for the night, or whatever the fuck. I mean, like, I mean, that, you know, just for a precautionary measure, just so then you don't have an outbreak of the common cold or whatever the fuck, or influenza, you know, spreading through the school. Now you have like a third of the entire like student body like sick as fuck, and then like a fifth of them are like home, and the others are forced to stay at school because their parents won't let them stay home for whatever fucking reason, and thus, you know, you got like another third of the fucking school getting sick. Is this horse mentality shit again? Oh, dude, it is. I mean, it's all conditioning, too. I mean, it really all, you know, kind of comes in full fucking circle. I mean, it really does. I mean, you're not wrong on that one at all. I mean, same thing with this whole conditioning of, like, oh, are you, you know, puking your guts out, you know, sick? No? Then, hey, go to school. Oh, hey, get to work. I mean, it's kind of a similar mentality. I mean, certain jobs, you know, can't necessarily, you know, be that way totally. But, like, I mean, you know, like for some food industry jobs, you know, for example. But, like, not all of them. Because some, like, grocery store work and shit. Hey, if you got a cold or something like that, it don't really matter. Get to work, bucko. Are you puking your guts out? Do you have a doctor's form? That's another one, too. It's like, one of my store directors in the past, like, he would literally be like, hey, do you have a doctor's form to call in sick? Because if not, then you need to come to work. And it's like, no, I don't. I don't need a doctor's note to call in sick. Like, if it's like a legit medical emergency, then yeah. But if I'm like sick because I'm puking my guts out or something like that, and I just need to rest for the day, then, I mean, I don't need a doctor's note for that. I don't need to go to the hospital for any of that shit. You know what I mean? God, get a doctor's from, like, I can't afford a doctor. Yeah, and there's also that. At least luckily for us, we have health insurance via our work, and, you know, especially via the union contract and stuff. But, like, I mean, not every workplace has shit like that. There's a lot of workplaces that have, you know, like, you're just where you're on your own. You're not going to stop, are you? Get over here, bud. Come here. You little twerp. Get over here. Seriously? Fucking chunk. Are you just gonna pierce into my soul with your eyeballs there? You little demon. You little alien demon. I swear to God, I swear, if you assault that with your paw, I swear, bro. He's staring at us so hard right now. I saw that. I saw that little foot. He's just really giving me the stare down. Hey, what did I say? Oh my God, you little fruit. Come here. I'm only gonna use this to trick you. I'm only giving you like half of this. Come on. Yeah. Goopy in the butt. Yeah, you. Oh, get over there. Ain't that hard. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, see? You're ridiculous. Can you quit being a dork? Can you quit being a dork? Little punk dog. Oh. Not sure how he feels about the hat. He does not like the hat. Oh my god, you're all fucking Snoop. Yeah, you. You're Snoop. Goodness, look at you. You're a goofy thing. Goofy thing. You're staring at that back so hard, dude. My lord. Really? Ay, ay, ay. What a goofball. What a goofball. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think you want the flame. You don't want these flames. You don't want the heat. You just can't handle the heat. Little goof. Do you mind? You're a little savage right now, you know that? But anyway, I think let's go for the rest of the evening. All that fun stuff. And then deal with this old turd. Because you're just being a jerk. He's been a jerk all night. Oh, goof. But anyway. Let's go for the rest of the evening. So, peace out. And I'll see you all in that next one. So, toodaloo, bye-caloos.